lost control. Will you help me?
When I lost control, we are lost. Yeah, we lost control. Yeah, we.
Hello and welcome to the CSUF Gaming Siege Community Clash. We got some great teams for you here, all collegiate, and you have us at the casters panel here, me, Hato, as well as my co-caster, Nerds Corner.
Thank you so much, Hato. I am really excited to be here for the Siege Community Clash tournaments. We got some amazing teams today. I think the first matchup is Sakura and CSUF Blue. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly. We're going to be getting into the map bans. Any maps that you particularly want to see?
I personally have been wanting to see a fracture from these collegiate teams, as well as potentially an ascent, because of the games that I saw from Game Changers last night. Honestly, was blown away.
They do
love that, by the way. Dignitas taking the map over CLG, or rather the series, beautiful. But as we're talking about this, we got the bans coming in, and unfortunately, Fracture is one of the first to go, as well as Icebox, Split, and Breeze. And it's down now just between Haven and Ascent here, and it seems like we might get one of my picks. Unfortunately, I don't know if we'll really see anything crazy, because I'm not super into collegiate teams, as they haven't really stepped up to the plate yet, but hopefully I'm proven wrong today. What do you think?
I think you will be proven wrong. I have seen both. I've seen some of these teams play. I've seen some of these players playing just casually, and they go hard. They are very coordinated together, sitting in on some practices. I hear their comms where their camaraderie is shown, and they really push the envelope on collegiate teams. And today, I hope to see tight matches. It is a best of one, which means, and it's a round robin, so each game counts. Each game has a lot of impact towards the final goal. It's not, you know, thankfully round robin, it's not super impactful if you lose one or two, but each game still is important for you to win. And as we're getting into it, I think we're going for Ascent?
Haven.
Oh, hey, I'm very good at reading. One of the best, obviously. Dyslexia never helps. Never helps with that. Haven with 3 bomb sites and a little bit more room. It feels cramped sometimes when you try to push onto site, but it's a big map nonetheless. What plays are we going to see? I mean,
so from Haven, what I'm hoping to see here, like I said, I'm usually disappointed, but with a map like Haven, that leaves a lot of room to really dive into the strategies that each two of these teams will be presenting, because with such a big map and such a huge amount of space available for each team to take round by round, it'll be very indicative of how well practiced each team is when we get into here. If you're not right on the money, especially on your defense, you're just going to get run through. And we have the sides out here, but I'm not quite sure based off of what I'm seeing. It looks like... Which team is on attack here? Could we get a confirmation?
Sun Korea is going to be on attack. There we go. The pronunciation is also given to me. Sun Korea is on attack first, which means they're going to need to be coordinated. And this is actually one of the teams I have talked to. I have a mutual friend on there. So I know that they're going to be coordinated on their attack, and I know that they're going to have a really like strong utilization where they use utility on top of each other, and that means that CSUF Blue is going to have to read into that, make sure that when they see utility being used, they know what utility it is and how to counter it specifically. Maybe picking picks for the second half might be useful for them, especially if they're going to be if they're worried about their late game plays. But we'll have to get into the match to see what they truly pick, like what they're going to decide to get.
Yeah, Sankaria is really going to have something to prove here, especially against, this defensive-sided map. Like, if you're playing really, really well, you can make Haven your map on defense. So if they can find these holes that their opponents are leaving for them, they can really make this convincing. However, I doubt it, as usually a defensive hold is much easier to work around because you just have to hold your positions, know what space is being taken, and really not give too much. That's the only thing. As long as you're fighting for space but not giving your life, you're going to be able to hold down that defensive side here on Haven. But as I say that, I still see a Scent up on the board here. As we're getting into Agent Select, this is going to be really interesting. You see Genji, Nobu stepping up to the plate here. Very interesting to see a professional player, especially in these matches. We'll see what he can do on that defense. As I was saying, too,
connections.
Sankaria has everything to prove here.
Are these some connections we see here, right? Yeah, a little bit of a pro player buff in collegiate play. And speaking of the picks, we see a couple of interesting picks going off for attack side here. I don't know if they're going to be sticking with it. I personally would love to see a Neon or even a Yoru here. How would that affect the gameplay? Have we seen a lot of that type of play in that type of agent selection in pro play yet?
The hover on the Yoru seems like a troll to me because of just how useless I personally view him in this sense. However, with the style of play that we're seeing, as you see a Neon come out instead for Kato on Sankaria, if you're going to play a different duelist than what is currently meta, Neon is the one to do it on. Especially you saw Victor pick it up. What is it? Optic Victor? Yes?
Yeah.
Picked it up, I think he played really, really well.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of utility there. A lot of people say that she might be broken, but we've seen it in pro play that if you have decent crosshair, decent and good in these cases with pro players, they have great crosshair placement and good reads on the enemy team. They are capable of combating the Neon really quickly. And again, they're going to go with a more traditional choice of going for the Jet because it's the space maker. You got the Cloudburst, but I love to see Cypher. Personally, man of my own heart, I love Cypher. The different, lineups, trips, and all that stuff that you could do, the information that you gain, and the ability to control the site. Most people go with Killjoy, so we'll see how that plays into it, but we'll have to get into the game to truly see how it goes.
Yeah, and as we're starting out and the picks are finally here, it looked a little bit weird at first with some trolls, it seemed, coming in and hovering some weird duelists or initiators. Yeah, we end up having a pretty standard play here. Obviously, each team is opting for some different agents. Staying for the traditional Jet on Haven is going to be huge for both of these teams, making sure that they have that initiator, that spearhead for them. My game audio is a little loud here, so if I'm yelling, please bear with me for a second as I get into this. But you have the Chamber and the Cypher also. These opposing Sentinels are really going to be showing how these teams pace their game, especially starting out defense here with the Chamber. It seems as though they're going to be able to just have all the info in the world and be able to play back. Like I was saying, you don't need to really do anything fancy on your defense on Haven as long as you have everything covered and information going out around the map. And that's exactly what you see here.
Aww, I love the good lucks, have funs, the GGs, and the camaraderie that we have here. Speaking of which, we're going to be getting right into the gameplay here, as there's a little bit of a split here on attack side. They're defaulting a lot. Like, they're not trying to take a particular site just yet, which is great to see from a coordinated team, and especially from the one that, has the pro player. We love to see that type of coordination.
Yes, this coordination is huge, and you see these shock darts coming out into Garage to stop Nobu from pushing in, but that's not really going to do much, as we have both Kato and Nobu pushed up, fighting Quack onto Garage window and making their push finally into C.
Yeah, there's a C split over here as they're trying to get into it. Quack is trying to putting a stop to people. Kato going on a killing spree here, but Cypher decides to stop that. The frenzy, I love the frenzy, utilizing it really well, especially on a jet, being able to entry. A lot of people go with shotguns, but no, they're taking control of, trying to take control of Cypher. They're regrouping together, which is really smart. Regrouping together so they can dive in together. It's 2-2, so it's anyone's game currently. They do have now. They have a numbers advantage. As I say that, Juriken takes it out, and Juriken closes it off with the Ghost. Ghost extremely powerful, a little bit faster to click, a little bit better than Deagle, especially in the early rounds when you can't afford to buy shields necessarily. You can't get a full armor, so it's really useful to get those heads and to secure a round. So I see a lot of players opting for that rather than utility.
Right here.
Yeah, securing the round would have been huge here. JT and Playboy could have played that a little better, in my opinion. Seeing them split up, as you were talking about them trying to group towards Garage, really offered those 1v1s to Juriken. Yeah. And just, he found that hole and exploited it, taking off the head of both of them to secure the round.
Wanted them to become battle buddies. I say this all the time, you know, you got to have battle buddies in these situations so you can either trade out your teammate or you could just simply, you know, increase your odds of winning. Just in general.
We're looking at this map now as the round started. We're about 20 seconds in here and only a little bit of util used, but as I say that, Juriken with a beautiful shock dart, Kato and Got Guy as well, taking out two. Just off the bat.
Yes. Securing their lead in this. They have, it's a bonus round, so they have better you know, they have a better buy. They know this, so they're not afraid to push in a lot more. But the one thing that I did notice is Kato's Bulldog did go out, and now it's just up to them. And Playboy actually picks it up, which is amazing to see because you want that advantage now, but he gives it to... I hope I'm not saying JT. And as I say that, Nobu showing supremacy as the top dog goes in there with Donnie and Juriken popping out really quickly, getting that kill and securing the round for them with only one loss. I mean, hey, it could be a loss, but Kato, an amazing player, now has enough money to purchase a full set of weaponry, it seems, or at least pick up Juriken's Bulldog or something like that. They're gonna have a really good buy here. It's just
overall, it looks like Sankria has a worse buy than our opposing team. These defenders with their rifles out, only a single Phantom though in the hands of Playboy. Seems like he's probably going to be going for these spams through window here, as we see a knife come out, spotting almost all of the attackers, as well as an arrow as they start making their way into A lobby.
Yeah, but we see the dedication here. We see the discipline. No one's rotating just yet because they think, hey, it might spook them out. But as it's getting later on and they hear some more utility being used, we see the rotate coming out of them and simply gets Nobu. So maybe the win con is down. We're not sure just yet. We haven't seen them play that much. But JG getting more for his team. And they finally get a win. Defenders get an extra win for themselves. Better economy. They secure 4 rifles into the next round, losing only 1 player. It was very close there. They had low health, but they managed to pull through, which I love to see.
Yeah, JT and Quacksmack really holding their own on that A site execute. They defended with their lives, and JT with a pistol in hand too, taking out 3 people. That's insane, but more importantly, Quacksmack knowing his timings, being stuck in a cage from the enemy Cypher, knowing that if he just holds his position for a little bit longer, he'll be able to take advantage of that surprise factor. Yeah, and talk about surprises.
They didn't spot out too much there, but Quacksmack is trying to find someone in window. And now with the Blade Storm out of the equation, there's only a null command for CSUF Blue, but they could use it, but I'm probably going to save it. They will use it to secure rounds and to deny utility, maybe on a save round to make him really bleed if necessary. But as Bobo Boy takes out Sixer way off in backside, but it seems like JT does not want to get timing. He's just waiting out there. Genji Nobu going for a Trailblazer, finds out that there's one person near Gong, but doesn't know exactly who it is just yet. They're taking some fire, but he's low on health, and you can't heal yourself as a Sky. You can only heal other players. And now JG, he gets spotted out. He timings them really well, and Bobo Boy puts a stop, but not after 2 casualties, especially such prominent players. It puts them at a numbers advantage, and there we go. The null command comes out to secure the round. Make sure they get it and make them hurt.
Oh, beautiful crossfire here by Simply and Playboy, especially with Playboy playing aggressive, knowing that if he gets taken out here, there's still a chance he can be rezzed, and his null command still goes off anyway, leaving just Juriken here in a 1v2. And he's
Sandwiched.
completely pinched. He is completely sandwiched as he
Yeah.
makes his way up A long.
Yeah, but now if he pushes up aggressively, he'll have the 1v1 that he needs. He hears Chamber TP out and doesn't know exactly where he is, but spots out the
10
trip.
seconds left.
He's gonna plant for heaven, I believe? Or hell, sorry.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, he gets the 1v1 for himself. He doesn't get pinched. Instead, Quacksmack is coming up, and now at low health, it's definitely a feat of nature. But the shock dart goes out. Great plays from Quacksmack, who knew, hey, his teammate said, hey, he was hit for a certain amount. He was very low, using the shock dart to whittle down the HP more. I don't know if he was going for the kill there, but it definitely worked out in his favor. Quacksmack gets the defuse, making it 2-2, tying up the rounds. I love to see the pace, the hyperactiveness, right? The 2-2 games, right? They're going back and forth. And later in these rounds, you see this split, right? You're able to get the pistol, you're able to convert the next round, but now look at the economy. Look who has the better economy. Just...
Yeah, the tides have turned immediately as we go into round 5 here in an economy round for Sankaria. Looking like they're going to start pushing C here. And you got to love how the defenders have been playing so far. Very patient, but as I say that, simply pushing up long to take out someone with that tour de force and takes out Nobu right off the bat.
Oh man, it's an amazing person to take out, grabbing another one for the road, just because why not? Making Sankaria bleed right now as they have to go into a save round, and they know that. Interesting choice. Kaito getting simply, right as I say that, grabbing simply. Interesting choices to utilize ultimate here, especially because they do have a better buy. It's just interesting.
Last player standing.
Oh my gosh, as I said, Sixer finishes up the round as Jurukin tries to get valiant attempt, Deagle Demon taking out some players there to hopefully grab better economy, but now both teams get to buy, but they did lose that round because they weren't able to convert the bonus round into a win from the rifle round, so
It's looking ominous though, with a double operator set up in the hands of two people who would just have absolute trade denial. And as we've seen them play with these aggressive picks and faster reaction times, Simply and Chi are just ready to stop them from getting any momentum here on their first buy after being broken.
It's interesting that they're not choosing to play C long. They're actually choosing to play other angles, which I love to see because everyone's like, oh, C long is a great angle for, you know, just opping, but not always. And we see it here.
Yeah, Simply was taken out immediately in the mid, but Quacksmack getting caught off guard with his util, but it doesn't matter. Pulling out his rifle and his Hunter's Fury, just able to take out Kaito, trying to push up on him with that dash, and he's gonna say no. Sit down, Kaito.
Yeah,
this is my game.
Allowed. But look at the board state. We have multiple ultimates available for Sankaria to try and secure this round if they need to. And now with Boba Boy getting 2 picks, he's going to secure the round with the ultimate and deny them entry into CT. Smart plays here.
One enemy
but
remaining.
Sixer takes him out. He was on low health, gets traded out by Gut Guy. Just really quickly, Quacksmack. It's all up to him. We've seen him do some crazy stuff with the shock darts, but I don't think it's going to be his route as Gut Guy grabs him really quickly in garage. Oh my gosh, is that the Mage Punk knife? I've never seen anyone use that. It was the first time. And first time for everything too.
Yeah, and seems like a third time for everything as well. This is the third time we're tied up on this first map. It's been back and forth, tit for tat every single time, and it's looking good for Sankaria as they can break the economy of the defenders here.
Yeah, I mean, breaking the economy is extremely important, right? You want to make sure that the enemy team is just always at a disadvantage. Whatever disadvantage you can get. And it seems like JT is going to be using Blade Storm in favor of a weapon.
And again, this push up C long, what works, works, they say, and they're going for it again as you see the Hunter's Fury come out for initiation off the back of a dog, spotting someone out back plateau, but Simply doesn't care.
With the operators, amazing plays, Nobu showing dominance again. Quacksmack retaliating really quickly, but Juriken going back for the trades as Seekers go out to try and spot people out. They pick up a weapon. Nobu needs to try and find out where they're planting, but they get a plant off in C. They're hunting down JG, who's trying to get an exit frag, but it's no use. They have sites secured. They're just playing for time. They know we could let Spike detonate and not have to worry about JG. JG's the one who needs to push, so might as well play Nobu looking like he's gonna try and catch a timing. Here's it, and there was the timing that we get mid-air. Oh no.
Yeah. Speaking of timing, we gotta change Gut Guy's name into Got Mine because him on this flank has been a menace, a nuisance to the defenders. Is every time they think they're safe and ready to set up for their retakes onto a site, Gut Guy is just there, ready to take out the back of their heads every single time.
I mean, it's smart, right? You want to make sure that you pay attention to your flank, but you can't always dedicate that many people to it. Just sometimes I've seen teams even condition flanks, right? Where like, oh, this guy's flanking every single time, and then they either do a hard flank altogether and they catch people off guard, or they just nobody flanks, and they know that because of that, there's less people dedicated to the main push onto A side or the main air like controlling of A. And so
I'll tell you, these defenders are dedicated to these pushes because right off the bat, you see both Simply and... Oh, sorry, Kato taking.
Look at that shot up. I'm simply sorry to interrupt, but he just no-scoped with the deagle. A very close fight, but it's looking better for them. The Thrifty comes out. Only in Valorant do you see this type of gameplay where with less money and less buys, they were able to convert those rounds. I love them playing together and being a team, right? Like, you want to stick together. And for the fourth time, literally 1 to 1, 2 to 2, 3 to 3, now 4 to 4. We're back at it. We're like evening out the scoreboard every single time.
Yeah, and Grail taking this timeout, saying, "Look, we're losing these rounds off the back of some pretty dumb plays, right? Seeing that last round, they got their confidence back. They know that they can play better. They found out their default that works. I'm sure they're talking about how they can modulate that off the backs of these two ultimates that they have in Null Command and the Omen Teleport, but." That being said, there is going to be a Blade Storm on the board most likely. What I was previously trying to touch on, though, was the kind of dynamics we have here with the Battle Sovas taking top frags on this map so far, and the battle back and forth between Simply and Kato. It seems like every single round we're seeing the first bloods for each team respectively has been off the backs of Simply and Kato, leaving the team to just clean up the dirty work afterwards. So we'll see how, as this continues, if that seems to be the case, as Juriken and Quacksmack have just been shooting today. But Simply and Kato are no slouchers off these first bloods. They're really changing the pace of the game in the first 30 seconds every single time.
And they really are trying to play for no trades, right? It's interesting to see that Simply and Kato, right, the two agents with the best ability to deny those trades, are the ones who are, you know, grabbing the first bloods. I love to see it. I just want to note one thing. Look at it's a B push, which is surprising to me, or looks to be a B split here. But
just some early mid aggression. It doesn't seem like it's too much of a B push. However, they are testing the waters, seeing what util they can bait out. As you saw, some smokes come out, some flashes come out, and now the execute starting as they take that initial space into garage, but leave their spike back to make sure that if they get overwhelmed, they can change their game plan.
Yeah, they don't want to compromise that spike, and so they're just setting up a crossfire here, waiting for CSUF to make a mistake, right? They don't want to be the first one to make a mistake, but they do want to be the ones to take aggression, as Gut Guy is trying to find off a pick, but doesn't get anything. He doesn't get anything back there. He's just going to be joining his team in mid. You know, they're waiting to regroup to attack, and I love to see it. Showing some aggression in A, confusing the players now. Oh my gosh, Quacksmack getting multiple. Bobo Boy retaliating really quickly. He's still alive at 30 health. Gets taken out from the back by Nobu. It's 3-3. The Null Command goes off to try and secure the round for them as Bobo Boy gets the plant off. Playboy pushing on to site, trying to pop flash out. The smoke dissipates just in time for Kato to take him out, and Playboy they're trying to res him. But the Sixer is all up to him to try and get it. It's a 1v2 situation, and with the res still looming, Bobo Boy is in a hard position. He knows where they are. He hears them stabilizing the cores, so now it's a 3-1. They push out right afterwards, but the spike is still planted. They need to go to defuse, and JT going to get it, and just to try and get the ultimate back. Yes. So they're going to be 2-7, so farming that ult. Really smart.
And it's really smart for Playboy here as well. Obviously not the most frags and impact on the kill side of things here, but he has been such a nuisance in the form of utility, especially off the back of the two null commands we've seen come out from him so far. Able to just waste so much time while they start that execute onto site, and even as a bait for his team, obviously after he's getting res there, dying to the molly, but leaving Sixer to get the pick because they're so focused on trying to get that refrag off the resurrection. it's really beautiful to see a player able to use his utility to really start changing the dynamics of this game. And talk about that, you see this knife come out and stop the A push immediately, as well as JT off the back of that, getting 2 with the op, going for a 3rd, and make that 3 for her. She's getting chased down with the knives now, taken out by Kato, but again, Playboy just there, playing that supportive role and getting his refrag.
Oh gosh, with the wall bag on Simply, now that guy's trying to push forward, but Quacksack says no in this ending round. This was an intense battle between multiple different teams, but multiple different players, but I just wanted to note Gen G, Nobu taking a selfless role, not going for the frags, but mainly playing for flashing and trying to get impact frags and pushing in with them. It's nice to see, but just to take note, they're now starting to break ahead. CSUF Blue is breaking a little bit further, and now they have a 2-round lead. I would hope that we can even out the scoreboard here, but San Korea is gonna have to take some smarter fights. And speaking of smarter, they wait out. They know that there's gonna be a KO knife. It's being conditioned in them, so they wait it out and then they send in something in there.
Yeah, it seemed like they were trying to do a little bit of a fake execute, as Nobu is probably calling here that they need to switch up their pacing, but lurking back towards C simply knows what's up, and he's taken that early space, taken the head off Kato, and has been a nuisance to Nobu trying to push out onto this C play, as we have 3 of our attackers stacked up here on the C site, leaving only Jerkin on the flank there. It's going to be really hard for them to execute when they don't have this recon bolt to go off of and clear the angles for them against an operator, but they do have, you're right, a little bit of utility to go, and we see them pushing up.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. They have some utility in terms of Cypher. We saw the wall come off, they flashed up high, and now they're pushing in to execute. And so the location is revealed, Simply grabbing Gun Guy. Now they don't have that utility, teleporting out to safety, and the spike is down. It's looking harder and harder for them. It's all up to Jerkin, who is left alone. Oh, and he's trying to grab this one. He gets one, he gets the second one, throw a wall bang. He's making it an even playing field for himself. Do we see miracles happen? Playboy says no. He grabs Jerkin's head in garage, securing the round for them. Again, they're able to convert multiple rounds over and over again. They've just won 4 in a row, and as we go into this last round, I don't know what San Korea is thinking. They need to be thinking of the next half. They want to win this one, obviously, but with a broken buy, with a little bit lower economy, they're gonna have a broken buy here with Spectre and full shields, and Kato going for the Vandal and light shields. Right? You want to balance that out. What type of shields do we want? What type of guns do we want? It's just it's hard to see.
That being said, they're going to have pretty much 4 ultimates to work with here if Nobu can convert a kill or get an orb. That could be something, but Kato is taken out instantly by a nice headshot from Simply down mid as he's ready to teleport out after getting those initial picks. And you see that Nobu has gone down early as well.
That means no Seekers, but Hunter's Fury does come out instead. Bubble Boy taking out even more utility and Simply gets taken out by Jerkin. There we go. The null command goes off to deny even more utility on this C push. It's only 2 players left, and so they're not going for it, but they did leave Spike in an uncompromised position, so in theory they could clutch this out. It is 4-2, but they're not sticking together, which scares me for the 1v1s. It scares me for San Korea. I don't want them to give them 1v1s.
Yeah, but unfortunately that is going to be the case as we have Cypher pushing up. Got Guy taken out by Sixer on that high ground there, B site, leaving Jerkin left alone, flashed and in a Hunter's Fury, and Playboy's going to be there to clear him up.
The question on my mind was which was going to get him first, Playboy or the Hunter's Fury. It could have gone either way, honestly. It's very funny to see.
Oh my god, and you could tell that timeout really did wonders. They knew that only small mistakes were really losing them those rounds, and you could see their players starting to take that confidence that they have, knowing that they're a little bit better in hitting those early shots and taking that early space and abusing that to its fullest off the back of simply just taking early aggression anywhere on the map with an operator, as well as that double op setup that really pushed them into this amazing first half. As we see them switch off, CSUF Blue is going to be starting here at what seems to be a strong A presence.
Yeah, A presence is really strong because you can very easily take the site on the early maps. It's a little bit easier to take it, but they send one person into into sewers, but now they rotate completely over to C as they know there's some people, you know, they're not going to be there, but Quacksmack taking early aggression, early space with the jumping right click. It was nerfed, but he's able to take it out. Sixer grabbing another one for the road to try and help out his teammates as they get a C plant, faking an A push, setting up some trips there instead. And now they need to play this post plant really smart. There's only 2 players left. They want to get this pistol round so they can convert more rounds and just completely win. It's funny to see that the team with the pro player isn't doing as well and isn't dominating here. Just goes to show how well these teams are playing together and simply grabbing Gut Guy, making it even harder. Jerkin seeming to always be the last player, the IGL, the one that stays back and tries to do it, but attackers win with no casualties but extremely low health. It could have gone either way, but it went in favor of CSUF Blue, who is now going to go into their bonus round.
Yeah, I was talking about defense being strong here on Haven, but it seems like off the back of this pistol, they could gain the momentum necessary to not really offer too many defensive round to Sankaria here.
Yeah, the impact frags that Simply has been getting is just, it's crazy to see.
It really is. Wanting to see Genji Nobu on a different role potentially if we follow them in another map. I think it's to their detriment that he's on the sky in this position, but we see a crazy push coming up off the back of this flash, and it's not going to work as Keito's taken out by Sixer instantly, but do they know that there's more there?
They flash just in case to make sure that there's nobody there, but Sixer mowing them down, getting the easy 3K and making it easier. There's no one on C. He's probably telling his teammates, hey, C is... We've taken out 3 on C. There's probably no one there, and they're playing it slow, which I love to see. But it's most likely gonna go down onto C site. It just looks like it. Look at their positioning.
Yeah, and with only a shorty left, it's not going to be enough as a ranged scout here comes through window in the hands of JC and takes out that shorty. There was just no chance of a fight as we see his body here laying in middle and C being fully executed on with 4 out of the 5 players on attack. And just JC lurking mid, potentially taking off the head of Juriken.
Oh no! Oh yeah, he spots him. He's gonna go for the knife. Of course he is. And Jerkin doesn't see him, and he grabs the knife. The disrespect as it's 10-4 in this round, grabbing himself a little victory trophy with the shorty. Amazing on the jet. You know, he can dash in there and use a lot of stuff. It's just it's mind-boggling to see sometimes that these teams are taking so many rounds, and now it's the first rifle round of the game, of the second half. Sorry, not of the game. It's gonna be hell, honestly. It's gonna be some tight games.
Yeah, we saw this previously though, where after the second round it just became much closer. Let's hope we see something like that here with rifles in hands of Juriken, Gakkai, Keito, Boba Boy, and Genji Nobu. If they just play a little bit more passive instead of pushing down C, they could convert this round and potentially get the momentum they need to win out this half against this B push here as we see flashes coming out super early into the round. Take it away here, nerds.
Gakkai gets spotted out. That's why you don't use the Vandal if you're going to be sitting in smokes, but I don't think he realized he's going to be sitting in that smoke. He gets spotted out with the tracers as they're trying to push onto site. It's B, which is probably one of the hardest sites to control with the sandwich ability, the ability to just get it. They're playing for mid, right? They're playing in mid very smartly. Boba Boy's going to go for the defuse. Genji Nobu grabbing Quacksmack off the end over there.
Oh no.
Simply is trying to shoot into it, but defenders win. They tank some of the damage, evening out the scoreboards. You know, I've seen this in play. Like, I've talked to my own teams that I work with sometimes, and I see them rehearsing these types of scenarios. And honestly, sometimes they just line up all together on that spike, and they're like, we'll just tank the damage and go for the defuse. And specifically in a B situation where in a B plant and they're playing for mid, it's like, we'll just tank some damage, we'll throw some utility out there and just defuse. You don't need to win by frags.
It's interesting when we have, you know, a Molly in the hands of Boba Boy as well as 2 shock darts from Juriken, not seeing any of those come out to really stop that defuse, and not as many spams, right? You have 4 people there watching it, but not any spams out, allowing that Brimstone to just hold down the bomb and say, it's my turn to clutch up a round off the back of doing nothing.
Yeah, and look at the... Oh my gosh, he takes out the TP in heaven, and JC's going in for more. Gakkai finally grabs JC after 2 of his friends are down. It's a 3-4 situation, and Gakkai tries to even it out, but Quacksmack says no and makes it a 1-3 and 2 situation, but Nobu,
Spike
show us
planted.
why you're a pro. He TPs out, doesn't grab it, dogs into hopefully find him, spots him out in hell, and he knows where he is. He's gonna have to drop down. We might see a pop flash come out of here. He knows he's in heaven, but Sixer realizes that his position's revealed and repositions. He finds and grabs one, but Quack Smack is right there. It's a 1-on-1 situation. Please, Nobu, come on, show us some cool plays here as he gets taken out by Quacksmap with a wallbang. 11-5. They were not able to continue with their momentum, instead losing it out, and it's gonna be very close to the final round. They do have enough economy to purchase weaponry, and I don't know if they're gonna go for a broken buy. I don't know if they're gonna go for a save, but it's just devastating to see that style. It was a 1v1 against Nobu. Sky had so much utility to utilize, but it's just such low HP. It was really difficult for Nobu to grab that.
Yeah, we're gonna need to see something switched up here. It seems like Sankria is just going in for these 5-man pushes. Or sorry, am I saying this backwards? However, these 5-man pushes coming out from them on the attack is really just not being answered. We have some decent trades out here, but a little bit of util misused, and it's just round over for the defenders. And we see another A-take coming out as Sixer pushes into short while they're distracted by J-Chi dashing onto site, and that's going to leave the defenders in a 4v5 retake as bomb is planted and a Sova drone going to check spawn, it seems.
Yeah, it's smart to check spawn, but it's also gonna be difficult for them to... It's gonna be difficult for them to retake it anyway. The Deagle Demon's trying to pop out there, but Playboy grabs Kato as we're looking on the site, and the Paranoia goes out to stop them in their tracks. They have only Deagles, so it's gonna be really difficult playing for hell right there. They're playing all together. 2 people get flashed, and Boba Boy pops, Kato, or Jet pops out with Blade Sword to help out his teammate. Jessie grabs it. Sixer coming in from the long, in the little cubby over there, grabbing people as they're trying to come in from CT. It's match point, 12-5. There's only a couple of misplays left, and it seems as though we're going to be and we're going into timeout. And do you think the timeout is realistically going to help them? Because it's being called by attack side, which is interesting. They're 12-5, which, I mean, why are they going on timeout? Maybe they're trying to secure it, but as timeouts go, they help out both teams, right? Both of them get a mental reset. So
Potentially, but if they can figure out the patterns that have been going on for these defenders here, you know, they like to take that early aggression, either C or A, to grab an orb for their team. That would leave, you know, the possibility of 4 potential ultimates to come online here between Boba Boy to get his ultimate, as well as Nobu to get Seekers. If they can get those orbs early and fight for that space, they could potentially take it, but the attackers might already know, because we've seen at least 3 times so far that long C push to fight for that early control, as well as 2 players from the defenders going out and holding that A long position. This timeout's coming to an end, so let's see if they have the counter strat and could potentially win this out here, making it a clean 13-5, or if Nobu used his experience to figure out how to counter this.
The masterful
insane
comeback. Hey, I mean, there are many miracles that can happen. It would be insane to see a comeback going into overtime in 15-12, but it's definitely a feat and a mountain for them to climb. They're trying to reposition, and it seems as though CSUF Blue is going to be taking it a little slow, which I like.
Yeah, we've left C almost completely open. Nobu realizes that and goes to check, and that intuition was spot on as we have this initiation coming out here off the back of a jet dash, and we'll see J-Chi.
Oh, good guy, please, Boba Boy taking out Playboy, so now Null Command is going to be down for now. They need to just secure it, but it's, oh my gosh, Boba Boy doing some damage, but simply takes out Nobu. Kato trying to secure the death of KO, grabs it, and now it's just 1 player left. Maybe, hey, maybe the start of a comeback. It's gonna be sick as we're going into 6-12 here, it seems, unless we can get some miracle out of Simply. We've seen him do some amazing impact frags, picking up a Phantom instead of the Operator to hopefully grab some players, but Kato holding it down in mid. He does have Spike, and there's still 30 seconds left. Anything could happen realistically, but he's pushing up through Garage to make sure that he doesn't get spot out. Kato is right there waiting for him.
Yeah,
They're
he's just going to
waiting.
be playing very slow for time, playing for contact, getting a pick, and going for a late burst if he is trying to secure this round. However, if he does want to bring this rifle into the next, which he doesn't need to, he has time to think. Hopefully, they're talking about what's going on, but
Oh,
you could see.
10
I
seconds
don't know
left.
who called this during the timeout, but playing that retake on C was a really beautiful play from them. Since they know Null Command comes out, we see Boba Boy being spotted long and simply finds that one he needs, but with only a
gets the
second left.
operator!
It wasn't
Whether
enough.
it's luck or skill, the operator is they take away an operator and save it into the next round. 6 and 12. That means that now they're gonna have a slightly broken buy, or they're probably gonna try and force buy altogether to play off that op. But Kato gets the op for himself. Still better than nothing. Gets light shields to bolster the defenses that they have, and it seems like an even round simply with the operator and Kato with the operator. It's a very close round, and
Right here.
playing for retake, like you said, it was really smart of them. But are they going to do it again this round?
Potentially. We see that they have no one on B, just leaving that one tripwire for information, so they could potentially bank on the fact that that mid-aggression is going to come out early. And again, we see that it seems like someone on the defenders has gotten a read for how they like to play, leaving that space open and not giving too many numbers. But as I say that, an overextension from Got Guy, not needing to check his tripwire, just gets taken out as soon as they break it.
It's sad to see that he overextends and doesn't get much out of it, but I mean, it's in a worse position. There's still 2 ultimates left out on the board as Quacksmash sends drone out and spots out Boba Boy. And they're trying to get him through the smoke. It seems like a B push, and Juriken's waiting there, right? He seems like he thinks that people are going to be going there, but no, they're actually going to be going towards A side. A little bit of a bamboozlement, and now with the from the shadows coming out.
Ooh, Genji Nobu spotting that rifle tip there right off the corner and getting a beautiful shot. But it's not going to matter, JG.
Gets him really quickly. Kato is holding a slightly deep angle with it. Tries to get him through the box, but isn't able to. Playboy's right there, flashing him, taking him out. Juriken comes in with the aggression as well. It's only him left. He evens out the playing field as he takes out Sixer. This might be the end of it, but Juriken with 30 health, he needs to defuse. Pros don't fake, but they do get half. JG spots him out and takes him out for a 4 and ends it really quickly. I was really rooting for San Korea to try their best to get into it, but it doesn't work out for them. I read the chat just a second ago. Throw for content. No, CSUF is here to stay and here to play. It just goes to show how well these collegiate teams are playing together, that they're able to take out a community team with a professional player.
Yeah, that was really beautiful to see. Kind of subverted my expectations, especially after we started seeing these round conversions off the back of very solid play on their defensive half. It was an amazing match for sure, and especially seeing these players step up to the plate. I was talking about Playboy underperforming at first, but it seems like during the second half, as well as his utility being on point, those pushes onto site and trades were immaculate, leaving him to overfrag the enemy's Jet as well as Genji Nobu. I genuinely think putting him in the position of being on this initiator role was to the detriment of this community team. Sankaria having that professional player, that high tier player with the mechanics on a duelist, or potentially someone who could just play off their gun more so than trying to set up the team, could have swayed this in the opposite direction, because the major issues here were those first bloods. You see Simply and JT and Quacksmack all around the map getting these first bloods every single round. It was amazing to see how well they were coordinated and how much they knew what space they could take. Right? Simply was always in the right spot at the right time, barring some pushes down mid, able to get 1 or maybe 2 before getting taken out, or being able to get out and play retake. So beautiful play from Simply, beautiful play from JG and Quacksmack as well in that first half. Just immaculate play.
And it's lovely to see. It's just as the story writes itself, CSUF Blue nets themselves a win, and San Korea is down by 1. They still have a lot of chances to push through San Korea. It is a round robin tournament, best of 1. So San Korea still has a lot of chances. Maybe they're going to be going back, rethinking the strategy a bit. They're just warming up, right? You know, pros need to warm up sometimes too. We'll try and follow up with them just to see what they're doing and how they're doing it in the future. But I can't wait to see the next teams, as we're going to be going in to our second match of the day and the second round of round robins. Thank you guys so much for watching. It's been Nerds, and with my co-caster Hato here. We'll see you guys in a bit.
control.
Love about a liquor boy, will you hit me up? I lost control. Will you help me? Love about a liquor boy, will you hit me up? I lost control. Will you help me?
It's you and me. It's my voice talking cheap on the telephone. It's where I've been. It's the proof that I waited to say I'm wrong. Stuck inside my head that November. You know I never been the type to get up and surrender. That's how I feel. I don't ask, you don't tell, find a way to deal. Standing in the sun mid-December, listening to the songs that I know you love. Take me back in time when we used to fly miles above. I don't wanna come back down. It's everything. It's the clothes that you left with your memory. I've been battling with the ghosts from the past like it's poetry. And every time I think things are better, I end up at the start, colder heart than the weather. That's how I feel. I don't ask, you don't tell, moving on for real. Standing in the sun mid-December, listening to the songs that I know you love. Take me back in time when we used to fly miles above. I don't wanna come back down. I don't wanna come back down. No, I don't wanna come back down. No. Standing in the sun mid-December, listening to the songs that I know you love. Take me back in time when we used to fly miles above. I don't wanna come back down. I don't wanna come back down. I don't wanna come back down. Ooh, I don't wanna come back down. No, 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 don't wanna come back down. No, 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 don't wanna come back down.
We stand together, united as one, Forward on we go. Facing friend and foe. We will know what it is. We have not time for that. If we make mistakes, we are lost. We are lost. We are lost.
that on Ascent there will be some certain strategy that you normally see from these types of teams?
Well, hopefully, well, I mean, we'll see what they do. I mean, a lot of teams like playing from mid control or early A and B main to allow to split off rotations, but we'll see if they're more of an execute team or not coming into the pistol, I imagine.
I mean, you gotta be aggressive on that pistol round. Pistol rounds, how effective? I mean, I personally, I think pistol rounds are some of the most important. They carry a lot of weight because if you can win the pistol and get the bonus, if you're lucky enough and have enough strategy to convert that bonus, and you get the early 3-round lead, you're doing really good.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and you can just snowball the rest of the game. Once you have that economy
13-0.
lead, when you win the bonus, yeah, you can get all the
The guard
odd
coming
number
back.
rounds for the 13-0. Yep.
Wasn't it
And
on Ascent that they 13-0'd 100 Thieves?
I think it was. Yeah. Hopefully we
Oh man.
don't see something
Hopefully,
like that.
hopefully we don't see that here. I would love to see a little bit more of a, a tit for tat, 1-for-1, more tight and even rounds as we get into it. And we're waiting to see the rest of the games. I think we're gonna be going into it really quickly. Oh, there's
Yep.
a small hiccup, a technical difficulty it seems on the loading of it, which is that's what happens. But if Ascent is what is picked, nice. All right, we're just gonna jump right into it, into Agent Select for Ascent, and we'll see what they pick. I mean, I want to see a Neon personally. On Ascent, it'd be funny. It'd be interesting to see. It's definitely one that you don't normally see, but there are just some amazing plays you could do.
Yeah, definitely, and hopefully they pick that jet or a different kind of duelist to get through the choke points and allow them to take the site and close the doors.
Perfect. Yeah, we're hopping right into it. And as we get into Agent Select, let's talk a little bit about Ascent. You were talking earlier about mid control and executions. What does that like go into, right? Like, let's dive a little deeper into that.
Well, ideally, I would hope they would pick some kind of initiator character just to allow them some early information on A and B main. It's a little bit of unfavorable fights.
Yeah. And speaking of initiators, we got I think it's Vix. Hopefully I'm getting that name right. And Kali with the Kali hovering for Sova, but initiator picks are really, I mean, they're interesting. KO is a very popular initiator pick with the knife, the 0 point, and the fragments, the flashes that you can use in in some choke points like A with the archway you have to go through it, or B with garage, you have to, it's a little bit of a tight area that you're clustered into together. So I like to see the initiator picks, but it seems as though attack side isn't they aren't getting as ready. Can we please get a defenders attacks? Which is UCR blue and which is Chapman? Defenders UCR blue. Nice. So roster: Pika, Vix, Andrew Soup, and Satofu. I think I've talked about these players before, and I've learned about them.
Yeah, and it looks like they have some really interesting picks here on Ascent. It looks like they're going quite meta over on UCR blue with the Killjoy and the KO picks, and the attackers are a little bit more interesting with the Brimstone here. I guess they're going for a more explosive strat.
I mean, like you said, are these teams going to be an execute team, or are they going to play a little bit of a game of default? But the double initiator composition for both teams, but different controllers and different sentinels. Sky going on Chamber and Tsumi going on Brimstone. Do you think that that's going to give them a one up in any way?
I think the later the round goes will definitely favor the Omen team, but we'll have to see the way or the pacing and the utility usage of both sides to really determine that.
Speaking of all of that, it's going to be interesting to see this opening round. Different strategies. Defense side going for the Ghosts and the Deagles. The Deagle picks to try and get that. But Pika setting up all of the utility on B site. And everyone gathering up on A little bit of utility dump on B site that's going to hopefully not go to waste. Hopefully they can, hopefully it nets them something as we get into it.
Yeah, and it looks like they're setting up for an A hit here. We'll see how they want to engage this.
It's very, very slow pushes as they're going on. Dunby, Dang by or Dang and Kali setting up their Sky, pushing up behind them. They're all together. They're trying to drone out, but they can explosively go really quickly. They take out 2. Early lead for Chapman as they push onto site really aggressively. Soup
Spike
gets
down
1
A.
right out of Switch, and they're planting default next to Generator. And now
planted.
it's just up to them to play for retake. Quick rotates from both teams. Omen playing for Catwalk, trying to spot anyone on the flank, but doesn't spot anyone. Goes back to his teammate after Satofu took out Pika in a trade. And now they're just playing for Heaven. It's 2 and 3, so it's going to be easier for them. Both of them are playing in Heaven to make sure that they can get some of those picks. But Omen smoking off A main so then they can push together. They drop down and set up their
Last
own
player
crossfire and
standing.
grab one. But
One
Sky
enemy remaining.
gets Soup. Satoku takes out Kali, and it's just up to him as he gets the defuse. Lovely plays here, grabbing 2, smoking off. It was great that they smoked off A main to deny them that, you know, the crossfire, the trio, 2 in hell and 1 in A main. The setup was beautiful.
Yep, and a good arrow by Sova to eliminate a couple of key position, allowing them for a clean retake there, getting the defuse in the end.
Yeah, I mean, the diffuse, it's something, it's important, right? You want to try to diffuse the spike, but it's also, because of the time pressure, sometimes people will get, they'll get the frags, they'll get the kills, and they'll win by that, but diffuse goes off. That's what we talk about when we're playing for time. We would love to see some of these teams play for time, and I think that's what they were attempting to do in that early round. They were trying their best to make sure that they don't get caught off guard.
Got it. Oh my god, and Sky with an incredible shot. Satopa across mid-arch.
Yes, Andrew taking out Satopa with the Marshall. It's a very powerful, holding a deep angle into mid. They see a flash, but don't get flashed. Instead, they're going to be pushing up. Andrew trying to spot one out. Then B is the one that he spots out, but doesn't grab anything just yet. The line of sight really far away. Sky is going to be trying to contest it in mid, but it doesn't happen as they're grouped up for you know, they're taking aggression in mid, but it's not getting them too much. And thankfully they rotate, but Dongbi gets caught out by Vix. He gets caught out with the Spectre, and it's up to Sky to try and, you know, even out the field in their, well, tip the piles in their favor. And the field is even, and oh my gosh, Andrew and Vix going together, making it a 2 and 4 situation. And Bram is going all the way to B site. He has some utility, but he's running in there. They're pushing on to A. There was a knife that just came out, but Vix is flashing out, trying to spot someone, doesn't get anyone yet. And Pika getting to me. Oh no, they have a better buy, so it's understandable that they're able to be a little bit more aggressive with their playstyle. But it's up to Snoopy Penguin over here. He's trying to get some picks, but with a classic, and now he gets his presence detected with a 0 point. It's not going to go for him. Vix is going to push forward. He has a better, oh my gosh, he has a better weapon, but doesn't get it. Snoopy Penguin's on 2. He's running in there. He knows he's going to die. At least he's going to die valiantly. Snoopy Penguin gets taken out by Soup. Vix needed to reload. That's why he was pushing back, and that's why he was trying to take so much aggression, but it didn't work out in his favor because even though he needed to reload, his friend was right there to help him out.
Yeah,
and now we're going
that was
for
just beautiful. And that was a beautiful conversion of the eco. I mean, they played a lot of close range fights there in tree. They played off each other. They got them to swing past into the Marshall line of sight, getting 3 free kills on Cat, converting even though they lost the opening pick. It was pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, they did an amazing job. And now looking at the economy, it's just, it's stacked in one team's favor. We can really see it. But Andrew dedicating a lot of money for an operator, a little bit of a glass cannon build here.
Standing ahead.
As they're getting ready to take some aggression here. They're trying to take control of A main, but now look at mid is left wide open. They send a Sova drone in there, but no one follows up with the drone, so they're not really taking the space. They're scouting it out to try and find something. Doesn't really work for them as they're still very slowly pushing it. I think they're trying to defuse the team, but they might be pinched here if they're in the same like they're in this little area here. And now with the presence detected, KO with a 0 point. They really need to be fast here on this execute. They run in there a lot of utility, the paranoia, the cloudbursts, the wind smokes, everything's going out really quickly. Turret gets spotted out by Dongbi. Snoopy Penguin grabs one. Pika grabs Sky and Kali grabs Pika. The trades are going out. Kali's setting up with the shock dart to try and get Tsunami in the back there, but it doesn't work out for them. Sight is going to be taken, and it's just up to them to plant the spike. Now they're trying their best. Satofu grabbing Dongbi and Kali grabbing Satofu in the trade. It's Snoopy Penguin's trying to find his counterpart Vix, who's jumping around Generator to try and get some picks out there. The 0 point goes off. Not only deny utility, but also grab him Vix. Coming out with the Snoopy Penguin. It's 14 seconds left. It's up to Sova to get in there. He needs to get in there, but Vix clutches it out. And not only clutches it, but I think that's a... Did they drop an operator? Oh, he does not. He doesn't pick up an operator, does he? No, he does. He picks it up
and saves it. Wow, and that was crucial for that round too. They took so much control of B main, allowing them to know where all the players on the attack were, and they just crunched them in A main there and held the site. It was beautiful by Vix.
We love to see the holding of the site. Thoughts on their crossfires? I said that that they were trying to set up and things that they were trying to do to hold A site.
Yeah, I mean, just, allowing one person to peek off Generator at all times is just so nice. The Sova arrow has a hard time scanning him, so he's allowed to peek from left and right, just like he did there, and utilizing the flash perfectly on Vix.
Oh, we see the one-way get set up early, but because they spotted them out, and now a frag as well to make sure that nobody is pushing through A main. But again, they're collecting themselves in main. There's one person lurking out on there. I think it's Dongbi who's lurking on B site as they're waiting for it. They're gonna be split up here on A. They're not. I don't know if they're gonna be pushing all together. It's a very slow round. We love to see slow rounds.
Yeah, it looks like UCR Blue got control of B main, and they knew. Oh my god, with that lurk.
Yeah, Andrew spots out the lurk. Andrew spots out the lurk with the operator. Now they're running over to B site. They tried to put some presence there, but now they're just gonna go for the B site push. They don't have that much time left. For 30 seconds, almost 30 seconds left on the clock. They need to pick onto a site. But speaking of which, Andrew gets him with the operator. They have B main control. They're going up into the air using that updraft and grabbing them. Pika taking a lot of aggression, but Tsunami responding with a Deagle Demon play. Vix helping. Oh man, trading out the teammate to make sure, hey, your death is not going to go in vain, Pika. We might not get a flawless, but we are going to get that kill, making it 4-0. They've been able to convert multiple rounds in their favor. UCR Blue is doing an amazing job here on attack.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a really good finish to the round. I mean, Andrew with the bait and switch, even using the turret, allowing Pika to get 2 extra kills there in main. And that just shut down the round completely. 30 seconds left. There's just nothing to do.
Yeah, I know. It's fun to see. They need to be changing up their strategy here. How do you think they're going to change up the strategy to work in their favor? Speaking of changing up strategy, they're sending in a Sova drone to swap them out. Fairly open A site. And Hunter Fury goes off to try and get something in. The null command goes off again to hopefully secure them the round. Dongbi with the Blade Storm going in. They really want to they're dedicating this type of stuff just so that they can secure the round. But there's more ultimates on board for UCR Blue. Yeah, UCR Blue, who is trying to, the lockdown goes off C. Defenders, Killjoy has sent a lockdown. They need to get out of there, and they're pushing them away from site. But couple seconds left, and then the Hunter's Fury to retaliate to get them against them. Andrew is gonna try and stick the defuse. It's over for Chapman. Doesn't get it. Chapman doesn't get it. The spike is defused. People are still alive. Fights are going off. Snoopy takes out Pika, and then Andrew. They could have won by frags alone, Chapman, but the Killjoy lockdown just so powerful to deny them space and force them back.
Yeah, Snoopy gets a couple of kills there on the exits, but Andrew has the last laugh, getting the defuse off and winning the round. I mean, with the Killjoy ult and the Sova ult to counter in A main, it was just I mean, they had to have 2 detained there even. They couldn't even get out. So, I mean, just again, another strategy win by UCR Blue.
Yeah, I mean, you need to go for it. You need to get into it. And I mean, speaking of which, they're changing up the strategy just a bit. They're going B and trying to take control of mid, but it doesn't work out for them as trades go off. And now they're down to 3 players. Brimstone still has opening of the skies and orbital strike available to him, but I don't see him using it here unless they get the plant down. Snoopy Penguin takes out Vic, so it's 3-3. At least there's a little bit of a even playing field, picking up a Vandal for himself from a fallen body. And as I say that, Snoopy Penguin gets taken out. They have an Odin in play for Satofu, and Andrew does have an operator. So a lot invested and a lot gained as they're most likely going to win. But Andrew trying to get a timing here on
One enemy remaining.
Sumi crossing a little bit too late, and now it's all up to poor Dongbi to try and even things out. But with a Vandal and a Dream, it might work for Chapman just yet, but Tofu's trying to change that with whittling down the health with the shock darts. And Soup gets the final kill off on Dongbi.
Spike's here.
Yeah, Dongbi trying to make some magic work there, you know, some jet magic in the 1v3, but just nothing to do there. Jumping up heaven, 2 people staring him down, Soup finishes round.
Of course. And thoughts on that, like the way that they were playing, kind of like a retake. Spike wasn't playing it, but they knew where they were, and they all went together.
Here.
Yeah, it seemed like they just want to get their abilities and use them in unison here. It seems like they have a Brimstone ultimate. Maybe they'll try and go for a set B play here with the drone. We'll have to see. Yeah, I mean, I would imagine they're just trying to get to the post point. So.
Yeah, Dongbi's dashing into site, gets it, and there we go. The Hellfire goes out to try and secure them entry onto site and get them at least 1 round, but with 6 and Pika grabs 1, Soup grabs another, and Tsunami gets taken out. And it's all up to poor Snoopy Penguin, who is just, he has the spike though, so it's gonna be better for him. Snoopy Penguin grabs 1 more, evens it out. It's a 2v1 situation. He's about to get pinched here, coming in from sight. He's playing back and forth off of each other. Snoop playing in boathouse to find him, but Andrew takes him out with the Vandal. The taps to the head work so clean and so well.
Yeah, just too much pressure coming out from too many different angles. There's not much you can do there.
Not much they could do there, but it was really well played for UCR Blue, right? Like
definitely
breaking down that play.
Having who was that? Omen and backside, being patient, allowing for Jet to take first contact. That was just really well done in the 2v1, working together with your teammates. And it looks like they're going for a blind play here on A.
Let's play.
Yeah, I mean it's called the 0 point goes out and the dart goes deep into mid, and the tour de force coming off from Chapman to try and get just get 1 round in this half. They're doing so sadly they're trying their best, everything that they can, and utilizing so much utility to take mid aggression, so then they can take this B site. But I think that they have a read on this. They haven't left just yet. All the players are still in their positions, with the alarm bot catching out Dongbi and taking a little bit of damage. He dashes out and uses pieces of utility to get out of that sticky situation. So will it work? They're dedicating some more utility here as the fragment goes off to stop them and keep them in that choke point so they can't get onto site. And now the null command going off from UCR Blue to make sure that, hey, you guys can't get onto the site. Speaking of which, look at the multiple kills that we see coming in from UCR Blue, or Team Blue, as they come in to try and get him. But Sky says, hey, I have a tour de force, I have my operator, and I can come back really easily from this. 30 seconds left on the clock, and anything can happen. There's 3 players left for UCR Blue and 1 player left for Chapman. He needs to push and be aggressive in this situation with only 18 seconds left on the clock. He's going to be pushing up for it. The time is whittling down. Come on.
10 seconds left.
He hears them rotating, but it's not going to be enough time. He's just trying to get an exit frag and get something for his team. He doesn't have enough time to plant, and I think they know that. Everyone knows that they're just trying to hunt him down, seeing if he went over to A site, but it doesn't work for him. He's trying to get an exit frag from anyone rotating. Here's some people walking around, but doesn't grab anyone just yet.
Yeah, and it's unlucky. Just another round timed out, won by strategy again. I mean, hopefully they can, you know, get some of these ultimates together, use them to get a site take, because they're really not able to get out onto the site in these rounds.
And why do you think so?
I'm not sure. I mean, they're just. I mean, when there's some pretty good util coming out from the Killjoy as well from mid, they have to fall back. There's just a lot of rough crossfires being had once they get into the bomb site. You saw there they ran in and got gunned down by 3 people. So finding some people with maybe the Sova util or even the KO knife could help them out.
Yeah, and now Andrew's trying to take some aggression here, opping into A main to get some people here. One agent gets suppressed, so with the KO knife giving away their position as Tsunami gets the plant off. Very aggressive plays here on A. They're going in for it with like even like 20 to 30 seconds right into the round. They're already taking so much aggression. And speaking of aggression, they're gonna Blue is gonna counter Chapman's aggression by putting down a Killjoy. Killjoy is, you know, the ultimate to try and lock them down, but it's only one player left, and they know that he's going to be playing backside because he hasn't been detained. And Satofu gets the defuse off, not only to get him extra money, but also Andrew trying to be the hero updrafting and you doing the prod moves with the, you know, with the operator. Yeah, with the no scope.
Yeah, you hit a no scope on Tree there, running up on the retake. So I guess he just wanted another one.
I mean, if it works, it works, but Vix was able to help him out there and make sure that doesn't get it. It's looking like a clean sweep currently from Blue, but Chapman, they have some stuff that they could do here, right? They have a good buy, they have some stuff. What strategies do you think they might be implementing here? They did try something new this time with their aggression, so.
Yeah, I mean, they do have the Brimstone ult, and they found where the Killjoy is playing last time they went or null command, I mean, here.
Yeah, how's that gonna affect them?
Well, it'll at least shut down the utility, help them get into the bomb site. That'll help them. Looks like they're rushing in now.
Yeah, Jake tries to grab one, but Sumi grabs one as well for his team. It's going towards Chapman. This aggression from mid into catwalk seems to be the cure for them not being able to win. It's almost a flawless game. Pika says no. Dongi goes down, and it's 2 players left. The opening of the sky is still on the table. He's debating if he wants to do it, but I think he's gonna wait, push back a little bit, and use it to play time and secure sight.
One enemy
Looks like they get a timing for Snoopy, and Pika gets the trade off of him. It's only up to Pika to take this aggression and go for it. It's 3v1 situation. Just stick together and trade things out. You don't need to be a hero. But speaking of heroes, looks like Brim is coming from the back, trying to get a timing on Pika, and does so as well with the teammates holding their own on site to you know, give room for Brimstone Tsunami to go there and say, hey, I'm gonna come in from the back and I'm gonna grab you.
Yeah, and that was amazing. They just took the space that UCR Blue gave them. They allowed themselves some better positioning for some good gunfights there, and getting the 3v1 in the end was a good play.
Of course, I mean, it's you know, they set up an amazing the amazing post plant, right? The post plant situation that they played, they did good. They finally were able to get one in this half. Do you think that they're gonna try and do that again to really fast mid control? And they think that's what they need to do?
Yeah, it looks like they're setting up for a chamber. And I mean, they did walk up cap. Looks like they're heading over for an A finish here. With the Jet grabbing some A main control.
Yeah, and there's actually not that many people on A side right now, so we'll have to see if they decide to go there. But with a lot of mid presence here, and with KO just waiting there, right, waiting to catch a timing on somebody, it's going to be hard for them to realistically push A, but they're probably going to do it anyway as more people rotate towards A site. But look, Vic getting a little bit eager. He goes for it. He flashes. It gets Sky, who looks away at the wrong moment, and Sumi pops out to grab Vix. They're trading each other out, but the loss of utility is great. They lose the Sentinel on attack, but is it really necessary to have him there? And Dongbi goes through the fragment to try and grab another one, but Satofu finds him as well. 3 and 3 on the clock, 2 ultimates on the board, Hunter's Fury and Orbital Strike. We don't know which one's going to be going yet. Presence gets detected for Satofu, knocking out that Hunter's Fury. Tsunami gets the plant off on them, and 30 seconds left on the clock. Spike gets planted. Now it's the time shifts, and now Blue needs to push up forward to get Chapman. Chapman setting up a very similar setup here, right? They have one person playing in Cat, one person playing in Hell, and the Hellfire goes off to slow them down and secure a kill, but doesn't get anyone just yet. Drone going out to make sure that they get some. Tsunami peeks off of the drone's contact to grab Snoop. Pika you know, an Odin in a dream, honestly. An Odin in a dream spots out one and grabs. And speaking of that, Tsunami with the 3K coming in and peeking off of his Dead Fred's contact to grab it.
Last round before the
Yeah,
switch.
Pika there coming in undetected on the flank, good for one, but not enough to win the round. Tsunami with a nice beat there at the end to finish it. And yeah, this is some good play by, I mean, this is a good turnaround by Chapman. You know, it seems like they figured something out on attack here after a couple rounds, and it's working for them.
What do you think that they think? What do you think they're gonna be doing if they're setting up for a B hit, right? Like they've been doing really well.
Yeah, it looks like they're
pushing
going
through
for the drone here, possibly. Maybe go for a Sova kill and then head back through mid by the looks of it with the Brim and the Chamber on the opposite side of the map. But with the 0 point coming in, well, it looks like the play is gone.
Yeah, no more drone for them, but you know, we do see Jet holding that tile position. Kali droning in, darting in to see if anyone is there and making way for his team as Dongbi was using, I think Dongbi was using the or something. And then the Hunter's Fury goes out, just barely, in a counter Hunter's Fury going out, just barely hitting Dongbi, their own teammate. There, Satofu grabs Sky, one for the road, good for one, and now they have a duelist down and a pocket duelist with Chamber down as well, and it's just up to these two teams. Again, they're going back into cat aggressively, but I think that they're Blue is aware of that, so they have two players dedicated to that cat play, which makes them move towards B site, which is now going to be clear. Maybe the conditioning of going into there multiple times is going to work for them. But Tofu seems to spot out Dongbi right there on site, and they know that they're going to be going for a B hit. And now Dongbi finds one more, but Tofu grabs him with the operator, going in for another shot. Grabs, misses, but Vix goes in there to help him, sending in shock arrows to try and help him out, clearing logs. Good job checking your corners. There are two players left. You don't know where Tsumi's gonna be, but now they do. Tsumi puts the puts it down. Tofu grabs Snoopy. Tsunami grabs Soup, and you know, Vix is trying to diffuse grabs, but they knew where he was. They had the 0 point go out, so they knew where he was gonna go.
Yeah, it's just a tough situation with that angle too. Having the 2v1 there, they're both eyeing down. Another
and it's a 10-2. It's a 10-2. It's clean for them. And now that we switch sides, thoughts on how Chapman might need to play to win this over, like to win over the game.
Well, hopefully Chapman can set up some good crossfires just like UCR had. I mean, it seemed like every time they walked out of the choke point, they had at least 2 people watching that. So hopefully they'll, you know, be working together a little bit more here on defense. It seemed like their attack was a little bit disorganized. So hopefully, you know, they'll have some plays and some teamwork out to help each other on defense.
Yeah, and look at the positioning of the teams.
That seems like Sova and Chamber here are set up on B main, gonna stop a rush potentially, which seems to be coming their way, and Brim's anchoring over at A.
Yeah, and the rendezvous were set up. The 0 point goes off really quickly to spot anyone out, and B main, an A in catwalk, allowing for the Jet to peek off of that contact. Kali hears one and peeks with his teammate there, but Andrew dashes in and grabs his one. He's good for one, and Pika helps him out by grabbing Kali from the back because he was not focused on it. Sky, as that very low health, gets taken out really quickly. Andrew showing off just a little bit as they go for the hunt to try and find anyone in CT. Pop flashing out of the smoke with with KO utilizing some utility, needing to reload there, but they need to just find Dongbi. They try to get him through the wall. And it's up for Satofu. 11-2, a very quick game. Yeah, not much to really break down here. They're just playing really well, right? Chapman knowing how to play. No, they didn't, sorry. Blue knows how to play this. UCR Blue knows how to play this.
Yeah, UCR just hitting some nice shots, honestly, and you know, just taking space on the map and allowing each other to play off each other very well here.
Yeah, do you think that Chapman stands a chance against them right now?
Well, we'll have to see. I mean, it's the last, you know, real round for a chance on this eco. Hopefully they can pull out the classics and win it, but seems like UCR is playing it slow. They kind of know the risks they're taking here. Let the round play out with the better guns.
They don't want to be the ones to take aggression. They know that teams like Chapman, when they're down this bad, are going to try and do some desperate plays. So they're going to be playing this very, very like they know how they're gonna play. They're gonna play this very cautiously, you know, smoking off CT right there and then dashing onto site. Now Andrew is in sight. He's checking his corners, checking Boathouse to let his team enter into it. And speaking of which, Vix grabs Sky with the fragment. Not even a kill, but multiple assists there as well. Andrew was positioned in an interesting angle on boxes to try and spot people out. The knife spots out a couple of people like Snoopy Penguin, who is going to be Andrew's next victim. Andrew's on extremely low health. Peeks out and Molly grabs him really quickly. Vix with the Bulldog pushes out, and attackers win this one again. They got Spike down. They got some kills. No ultimates yet on the board, but I don't think they're going to need it. It's the match point here, and it seems as though UCR Blue is on a roll.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to stop. I mean, hopefully they can, you know, bring something together with the full guns versus this bonus, but, you know, we'll have to wait and see.
Well, thoughts on how they're, how are they going to do it, right? They have rifles now. They can sway the tide.
That's true. I mean, as long as they have a good trade set up at both crosshair or both corridors, but it seems like Jet's playing alone here at A main might get taken down by some Eagles.
No, Dongbi grabs
nice
Andrew instead, and Soup is now going to be using that to take aggression even more, or to push up even just a little bit more, because he thinks, hey, you got your one, you're going to reposition. And he's correct. He's repositioning there, but no, he pushes back himself to make sure he doesn't get taken out really quickly. Tsunami, sorry, is going there to try and grab somebody on catwalk, catch a timing on them, but doesn't spot anyone yet. Enemy does get tagged with Pika. He's just waiting there. Sky takes out Satofu really quickly. She's just waiting for them to be aggressive and make a mistake. And it's looking better for Chapman. They have better guns. They've taken out multiple players, and they're playing this a lot more cautiously, not trying to make any basic little mistakes. Just pushing up, and the 0 point catches one player in there, and they know that there's an A. There's some people on A, and so they're man, Chapman's rotated really quickly towards A site, and you know it doesn't seem good, because now look at where Pika's positioned. Pika's positioned really deep in mid, and so she's got the flank on them, grabbing Snoopy Penguin and hopefully picking up the gun. The scoreboard is evening out really quickly, going from a 3-5 to a 5-4, and soon to be more. Pika grabs it, and Kali gets paranoid. He is the blind gets, and Pika comes from behind. Snoop gets the plan off with a couple of seconds left on the clock. It's going to be match point here, and Spike is down for UCR Blue. And now the null command going out to just secure this victory for them. They know that if they can win this, they can do it. The trades go out, and Vix is just playing for time. Fragments getting placed on vital choke points, and now it's all up to Omen. He needs to either rest his friends or get taken out, as the amazing retake onto this B site. They were fast, they came in really quickly, and they had better weaponry overall, I believe.
Yeah, and it all starts here for Chat. The first gun round, hopefully, you know, keeping two guns with the Jet knives, they could probably drop some round and tie a buy together here to keep it going.
I think that's gonna happen. A Jet going for a Judge play, and then has oh sorry, no, wrong Jet, my bad. Going for a Deagle, and then just a Deagle and dropping the weapon instead, and now they have a pretty decent buy with a Marshall going to Snoopy Penguin, and Dongbi probably utilizing those knives. Andrew, on the other hand, is also going for a Judge play, which is going to be a little, it's broken. I mean, their economy is a little bit broken as well, but so is the Judge. The Judge is also very broken.
Yeah, I would expect a fast play here coming out of the Judge, so we'll have to see where they want to execute.
Oh, and Dongbi with the double updraft, grabbing Andrew. No fast plays anymore, he says. He breaks it, giving away a little bit of his positioning, but he doesn't care too much. He has knives, and he's just poised, waiting for someone to make a mistake and push onto this A site. They're all positioned up into A, but Spike is down. Again, on A site, they don't want to grab it yet. They don't want to compromise the position of it. And they're trying to play this as intelligently as possible, so they can just finish up, round it off, and win. But with 4 and 4, you know, the first blood going to UCR Blue, it's going to be interesting to see. And Attacker's Killjoy goes off and uses that, and then oh no, the knife goes off, grabbing, I think it's Dongbi grabbing the no more knives, and so he's just there with a pistol.
Spike down.
Sky grabs Satofu really quickly and TP's out. There is one player that was locked down, but Vix but it's they didn't get good. They still have
Spike
4 players
planted.
here. They get spot out again, and multiple pieces of utility utilized here to try and grab them on this catwalk in this garden plane. Snoopy Penguin peeks out with his friend. Oh my gosh, they tried to flash themselves, but it didn't work out for them.
Attackers win.
And Vix with the 2, grabbing Snoopy Penguin and Kali off the edge. What an amazing round and what an amazing game. 13-3.
Yeah, Vic's just, you know, holding it down on that side on attack and defense. They're cleaning up the last 2 kills.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see. It's kind of hard to get super hyped about these types of plays when, you know, it was a 13-3 game. Chapman, you know, we've seen this before, 13-6, I think, last round, and it seems as though certain teams are dominating. They're really studying the maps and doing well in the single elim bracket. It's hard to see. It's tough to see. The plays were great from both teams. The way that they tried to position, you know, grab positioning and use that to their advantage was beautiful. I'd love to see some more from these teams as we get into the 3rd matchup of today, and we'll see you guys then. Cheers.
up, shit's with it. Ain't another gang like us, so get with it. Swag's on point, man, ready to destroy, man. Trying to have fun, but anybody can get it. We be on the grind till the morning, stacking up money in the bank. Don't try shit if you wake in the bank. Just show man a sign if you're down for the gang. Can't fuck with the gang, we don't fucking pretend. We be busting the clubs, cause you know that we can. Can't fuck with the gang, we don't fucking pretend. Still rocking the show, still feeling the flow. Swagger on point when I step in. Signs in the air for the gang that you're repping. Don't get brave when I'm stepping in the rave. If you show man love, everything's okay. So looking for a lively rave to have fun in. If there ain't girls in the place, we ain't coming. Middle finger up to the Jake, stepping in with the gang. Please tell the police they can't come in. Show me a salute, that's gang. Pure love for the crew, that's gang. Don't chat shit if you ain't gonna bang. Just show man a sign if you're down for the gang. Show me a salute, that's gang. Pure love for the crew, that's gang. Don't chat shit if you ain't gonna bang. Just show man a sign if you're down for the gang. A sign if you're down for the gang. Can't fuck with the gang, we don't fucking pretend. We be busting the clubs, cause you know that we can. Can't fuck with the gang, we don't fucking pretend. Still rocking the show, still feeling the flow.
I'm not interested in your money. I'm more interested in the things you do. It's like they made you for my body. The way I fit so perfectly with you. Straight lace when me down low. When you give me that cocoa, handcuff me like popo. I'm like, oh no, you doing it alright. You blind me like flashlight. You sexy like all night, all night. Boy, you're so wavy, wavy. And I'm standing here like, take me home. Boy, you're so wavy, wavy. And I'm standing here like, take me home. Take me home, 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 home.
All right, we're back with an interview here today. We got two of the players from San Korea. We got Genji Nobu and Juriken. I would like to apologize. I went into your guys' game. I'm so sorry for that. And, you know, how did that game turn out again?
Well, you know, we lost pistol round the last second
I'm
round.
sorry.
I wonder who. I'm just kidding. And
Yeah,
then
no,
we ended the
that's
game
fair.
12-14.
That's so
It was
fair.
really close.
That was so fair. Again, I'd like to deeply apologize. It is fairly, you know, rough. I'm new to this, so my deepest regrets and apologies. But to delve in a little bit more deeper into the team composition, did you guys change up the team composition in the second game? And if so, if you didn't, what were your thoughts going into it?
The only real big difference we made with the first two games is just switching up Cypher and Chamber. In my personal opinion, I think Cypher is better on Haven than Chamber, as you really don't need how do I say this? You could put Jet mid and just have a Cypher cage for a main presence, And
I
in my
see.
opinion, that's a lot better than just having a lurking chamber.
Okay. And then coming into the next game, what are you guys going to be changing up?
I feel like this depends on the map we get,
It
and
depends
then
on the
we'll
map.
just play our composition around the map.
All right. That definitely makes sense. It's interesting to me, and I think Hato had some questions for you guys about your standing.
Yeah, before we go to standing, I did want to quickly ask about the sky, and if you felt like it was holding you back, Nobu. Do you personally feel that you're comfortable playing this sky for the team, or this initiator role for the team, or do you think you could be more useful in a position where you could be the spearhead for the team, like a Jet or a Raze?
I think I'm comfortable on Sky. I don't have a lot of professional play experience with Sky, but I do have a lot of ranked, so it's like you kind of just have to mix it in.
Understood. So with that confidence, in your group stage, you're currently 0-2, but you have the chance to still make playoffs if you win the next 2 games. And with going into overtime, having a decent amount of rounds under your belt, potentially being able to win off of split decision as well, are you confident that you can take these next 2 maps and make it into playoffs?
Oh, I'm definitely confident that we can make it into finals. I believe
Uh,
our team has the skill level to make it off the playoffs.
Talking a little bit more about skill, this is your first time really playing with collegiate, is it not? How does that compare to your professional experience in Valorant?
Personally, comparing collegiate to professional play is completely different. Collegiate is, how do I say, like more of a ranked play style than it is for like professional play.
Really? How so?
All right.
Well, with collegiate, you really just, hey, you get info A main, info mid, boom, immediately rush. There are no fakes. There are no real, unique strats that I notice in collegiate.
So no
It's
mind
kinda
games.
just- yeah, it's kind of just really blatant, obvious.
Awesome.
Most of the pushes.
Oh,
That's really cool to hear. It's so interesting seeing that there's that difference. Like you said, it's a little bit more played back. Obviously, timing is really important, utility is really important, but it's more so pushed towards those initial takes, right? You're finding that early information, you're taking that whole, you're not really going anywhere different. With that being said, I'm interested to see how you implement that in your next map, as we have Stu and Admiral here as your next casting panel taking over your match. So we can bring this straight into our map bands and see what we're doing. Thank you so much, Nobu and Jerkin, for coming in and talking with us. And Nerds, if you want to close us out here.
Thank you so much again, and I will not be talking to y'all. So hopefully that you guys are going in, you're warmed up, you're ready, and you get this. I'm sorry again. I just want to throw that out there.
No, it's all good. It's all good. Mistakes happen.
Yes.
Don't worry. Don't worry.
Awesome. Let's get you guys back in here and our casters back up on the board so we can hear their lovely voices and see what they have to say about this next match.
Cheers.
Right, see you guys.
See ya. Good luck.
Hello, everyone, and hello, everyone, and welcome back. I am Admiral. I will be your play-by-play caster for today. Joining me is the one and only
Stu. Hello.
There you go. Hey, Stu, always happy to be always happy to be casting alongside with you. We just finished a beautiful interview with Nerds Corner and Hato once again. Really like to appreciate them here for sending it off towards us, and I'm overly excited to see what is going to be happening here. Now, we do get to see a little bit of the map bands already. Now, interesting enough, the first map already that is, correct me if I'm wrong, Ascent is already banned, right?
It looks to me like it's split.
My bad. Split is already banned. My bad. It's actually showing the wrong way for me. It's upside down. So for me in this case scenario, I see Ascent, and I'm gonna refresh the page here to fix that for myself here. But Split, it's already banned here. Now, I have a indifferent opinion about a lot of maps that are already going ahead and getting banned in this. Fracture and Split already too. Now, in your opinion, whenever it comes to the Split ban, what do you think is the reasoning for it?
Well, I mean, it is just really unfavorable attack and defense, and I think a lot of teams don't really like that. Having to deal with that mindset, going down on attack pretty heavily is pretty annoying.
I get that a lot, especially whenever it comes into just playing the game itself. I think Split is arguably one of the more hard apps whenever it just comes into being able to push onto site. Now, we did actually get to see Breeze and Fracture and Icebox. Icebox is typically a fan favorite whenever it comes to people playing it, and it's kind of interesting to see that one also get banned out. Do you think it's more possibly because they're not as confident as being able to play it on?
Maybe it is a lot of mid control and kind of abusing rotations. Maybe they just aren't really too comfortable with that yet, or they don't want to deal with that issue.
I get that. I understand that a lot, and then comes into it as well. Ascent also is another one that gets banned, which I actually not so long ago I had a conversation with our previous caster nerds, who we actually talked about it. That I kind of find it weird that a lot of people have a tendency of banning Ascent, even though it kind of seems to be a little bit of a fan favorite, primarily just because I do see it a lot played, but it's kind of weird seeing that it's no longer that it doesn't have that showmanship anymore.
Yeah, I think back in beta it was a lot more of the iconic map because of the Sentinels and TSM rivalry, but now I think everyone's kind of steering back towards the ones that have been changed a little bit, and looks like we got Bind as a map choice here between the two teams. That's another one that got changed recently.
And also a little bit of a tit for myself. The Bind is arguably the map I dislike the most. It is a chokehold nightmare being able to push onto site. But arguably enough, these teams are good at what they do for a good reasoning. They're a lot better than I am as a player, but arguably enough, they actually do like to push on sites. And the struggle that always comes up with it, like I was explaining a little bit earlier before, was that Bind is a nightmare to push onto site with. If you don't have that execution plan going on, you will struggle just being able to push onto it.
Yeah, definitely. Hopefully they pick some good agents here to allow themselves better ultimate use to take the site, because that's something really important, like you said on Bind. Even just the ultimates or a Sage really helps you get the bomb down and open up the round for you.
Now, now, typically, whenever it comes into Bind, do you think the strategy that relies on most has to go with having more initiators or more sentinels in this mind?
I think on this map specifically, you just need a Sage at least for the wall plant, possibly. I mean, if you want that option. But other teams have been deciding on the initiator, and it allows for more of an explosive playstyle. We'll just have to see what the teams kind of decide. The more traditional route, I think, that allows for more passive play is the Sentinels, though.
That's definitely here, and an interesting thought that I do want to put onto it whenever it comes into the stage now, because this map actually did get reworked, and especially when it comes into pushing onto A side, stage wall typically isn't no longer used for defensive side, much more for the attacking side. Is that correct?
I would say mostly it's just swapping up where the Sage is being played, because normally Sage used to wall off A short most of the time, but with the rework, like you said, the new box, a lot of people have been just walling off the other three areas of the map, allowing her to be a little more flexible.
Yeah, and I think that really relies on the Sage player himself, because Sage is a vital, important composition too when it comes into this map. And honestly, the seeing the Sage get picked off early on really affects like what you're able to do during the late game.
Yeah, the mid-round decision making, as well as just being able to play the round out a little bit slower with the heal, allows you to take some more fights and be a little more aggressive across the map.
Now, besides looking at Sage, what other Sentinel are you hoping to see here?
Besides the Sage, I would hope we see a Chamber possibly on this map, just for the quick rotate. It's just something that people have been testing out on this map specifically. Allowing for a quick third or fourth player on the bomb site really allows the defense to swing the teleport advantage of the map in their favor. But Cypher and Killjoy are both incredible on this map, just to shut down the choke points. So we'll have to wait and see what they're comfortable on.
Yeah, definitely. And one thing that I do want to bring up here is Cypher is typically one that we don't really see anymore. Cypher being an agent that has kind of lived past his prime, I guess is the way to put it. It's kind of strange to be able to see him come back, especially when it comes into Bind itself.
Yeah, I think that has a lot to do with maybe the ultimate placements of Killjoy. On Ascent and Split, they do cover a lot of the bomb site. And here on Bind, I haven't really noticed too many good areas for that. So that may just have something into account for why Cypher's being brought back.
Definitely. And I also think that also comes into hand as well with a Chamber of also just being a kind of a being able to leave sight compared to Cypher, who has to kind of be there for being able to stop them from pushing in. As we go ahead and load up into the first map, Bind starting it off. Here we are, UC Gold versus Sankaria. This is going to be one heck of a fight here as we're going to go ahead and going into the agent select.
The Sage right off the bat from Kato. Looks like we got a double healer comp as well with their initiator from Jurukin.
Ooh, that's actually looking very nice already. And I do want to say though, especially when it comes into the Sky plays here, it's kind of a much more typical initiator that we like to see, especially seeing coming from Sky because she is much more of the more dominant initiators at the moment next to Sova.
Yeah, she does have the flash to allow them a little bit more of a pace change in the mid round, and it's interesting that Boba Boy's going for the Viper because we don't see it that often, but it is really good on this map, and it looks like he locks it in.
Yeah, especially just recently with Viper's nerfs. Her smokes don't last as long as they used to anymore. The whole point of her being a hybrid type of controller really defines what her smoke plays on its own. And honestly, it's just being able to see her come into this meta at the moment or come into this map. It's very unique because arguably enough, we do happen to see a Brimstone coming in for the side here of a defender's side. And Brimstone is a little bit more superior on this map whenever it just comes to being able to control smokes.
Yeah, it has been the very traditionally strong pick on this map as far as controllers go, so we'll have to wait and see how they match up here. The Viper versus the Brimstone. In my opinion, I think the Viper's a little bit better on defense, but we'll have to wait and see.
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The first round of today, UCR Gold versus Sankorea. Let's see how this starts off already. Now, we are going to be seeing, actually kind of interesting enough, I did want to point this out, Genji Nobu going ahead and picking the Reyna. A little bit of a aggressive duelist and also a selfish one.
Yeah, it seems like they really wanted to power him up here with the double healer plus the Reyna, and hopefully he's good enough to get the entries to allow that to keep the snowball going mid-round.
We saw right now 6 seconds on the clock as we go ahead and already start this off. Trying to see exactly what they're trying to plan here. Let's go ahead and see this going on. They're going to go ahead and push this onto side mid, or going to go ahead and push this onto mid A here. Boombot already used, and there's already a lot of utility coming in from this kill, from this. Having a little bit of stutter there. Fangs goes ahead and takes the first pick on it. Gukkai takes the first shot on it. Looks like they're going to go ahead and take a duel. Kaito takes the first duel as well. The Viper wall is up. Stage utility is being placed perfectly. Kaito's gonna go ahead and get the heal. Genji Nobu takes off another pick. Goes ahead and goes into a 3K. Fangs tries to take the duel, but he misses the shot. And boom, there goes the first round already. Looking good for Sankorea.
Yeah, really explosive round there, taking front side control, Sankorea, and they just locked it down, kept the trades going, and they cleaned it up there on Fangs with that jerk.
Like very healthy indeed. Their econ is already looking very strong for this time around. A lot of people already got some nice, beautiful kills already. And look at that. We're going to be seeing Nobu try to take this challenge pretty early on. He's going to take the Vandal.
Embarrassing.
Yeah, looks like he's really playing into the heels here. Gonna take those early fights and try and fall back for another one. Looks like he's going up hookah here at the start of the round.
I'm going to go. The cage is already triggered. Spiker might be able to do something about this. He does manage to see two of them lined up, and he gets a beautiful kill with the classic, but he does get traded by Nobu. Nobu's going to go ahead and keep pushing this onto site. They're going to keep the fight going, but Boba Boy going ahead and takes out Fangs. It's already looking beautiful, and they don't notice that Nobu's already on site. He already pushed onto Bronzes right here, and he's going to go ahead and keep control of it. Spike has already been planted. Hatred might be able to do something about this, but no, he just gets gunned down by 3 people, and Nobu secures a beautiful 4K.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Hatred almost with the play there, hiding in the Viper smoke. That's something they're going to have to keep an eye on. But yeah, like you said, Nobu with the 4K there, cleaning up the kills on the eco. Nice conversion. And he gets to keep the Vandal in the next round.
Very risky play right there, but it looks like Nobu really had the confidence whenever it came into just going into these gunfights. And arguably enough, very risky play to want to take on 3 people with the classic. But unfortunately, he did miss those shots, and it did come into his own demise here. As we go into the 3rd round, and hopefully they are able to hold the site a little bit stronger than they were before.
Yeah, coming up in the hookah though, no contest. It looks like they do have a nice crossfire here set up on elbow, silver arrow, and the tripwires.
Ooh, the tripwire does manage to get procced early on. They have no way of defending this just about yet. The site is being taken on. It's being pushed on very hardly. Bobo Boy goes ahead and secures the first kill already. Spiker manages to get the trade. Possible coming in onto Nobu, being able to secure the site just for a second here. And Fangs is coming around on the flank with Possible being able to push into the smoke. He goes in with the swing, but he does get traded off. And Spiker secures a nice 3K for his team. And it's back to a 2v1. We do happen to see Viper all alone. Bobo Boy has to plant the spike here by himself. He doesn't know that they're hookah just yet. This could be an easy picking. They managed to catch a line of sight of him just about second, and they go ahead and finish it off. Fangs ending it beautifully there, and that goes for defenders.
Yeah, beautiful play by UCR there. I mean, Spiker just played beautifully around the cages, using Cypher util perfectly. Pixel Yoshi got taken out early, but I mean, just a defensive anchor on the site. Not enough to get through.
We did get to see Plausible and Spiker there go ahead and take that double swing. It really played into their favor as they were able to take out not one but two people, and that really helped their team here. UCR Gold doing a very good job of being able to swing with each other. And go on to as we go ahead and go on to the third round right here. Looks like they're going to go ahead and try to take hookah once again. Pixel Yoshi tossing out some reconnaissance for his allies. Nade's already being used. Ray's managed to use a lot of utility. That's another nade already done. The Judge Peak comes in and he takes out two before he falls himself. Pixel Yoshi sacrificing with the hero play. And it looks like we get to see Bladestorm come in already. Looks like this is going to be an ulti to use for the side of UCR Gold.
Looks like they may be slowing down the round here, though, trying to figure out where everyone is while they're in a numbers disadvantage.
You will not kill my ally.
Ooh, Kato goes ahead and secures a rest, bringing it back to a 4v4. The ultimate on the Reyna is still active, and Empress is on the hunt. Jerkin going ahead and pinging some notifications there for a second, but no, Spiker manages to secure the kill on the ulti. Gut Guy trades it off against Spiker, and Hatred goes in once again, but it looks like it's going to be a trade kill. It's going to be a 2v1. The Molly does come in, but back to the 1v1. But no, it's a team ace for the side of UCR Gold.
Yeah, things with the really quick trade there with the dash. Beautiful play with the knives, coming in to fix the Molly kill, getting the trade on Jerkin. And wow, that was just an amazing change of pace too. I mean, Spiker, he noticed that, I mean, they were playing around his tripwires on site, put the trap in hookah, allowing for Pixel Yoshi to get the double opener there with the Judge. And it was a beautiful defensive round.
It really was. They really played their performance there. UCR Gold is starting to pick it up slowly but surely here as they are going back into the fifth round. Let's see where this goes. Looks like they're gonna go ahead and take on to pushing A side here. The fight does come in, but Fangs takes the duel against Nobu and wins it. It's already looking good for UCR right here as we going ahead and keeping the slow push coming.
Yeah, Cypher's, you know, just getting in the head of the enemy, showing himself on short now, seeing that they would want to dodge him after that last round, and really just being a hindrance in the side of these players. I mean, just stopping the push, taking out Nobu on the opener with his util, just slows the round down to a halt.
A lot of slow right there as we did get Jerkin almost get wall banged. That notification right there, just being able to hear the orb being picked up. Really not good for him. He did almost just die at the moment, but they're going to slowly try to take onto site. They're just waiting to see if they can get someone to go ahead and ego peek this, but looks like they're not doing that. UCR Gold is holding their defensive strategy strong in here, and they're playing very patiently, and they have 35 seconds on the clock before they're able to do anything about this, but Bobo Boy is going to go ahead and take the fight. Viper Pit is active, and he's going to go ahead and pop it up. Viper's Pit is a go. Bobo Boy's gonna go ahead and try to do this, but Fangs managed to get Gut Guy onto the first tweak already. The blind does come in, but no, Bobo Boy swings hard with the Judge, managing to secure a kill for his team. The plant is down. Bobo Boy securing two. Brimstone Ultimate does get activated, but it looks like Plausible manages to secure a kill onto Kato. Bobo Boy's gonna go in with the swing once again, and it's a nice 3K for himself. He gets tagged for a second there. They're going to line him up, but it looks like Pixel Yoshi manages to get the trade out to Bobo. Jerkin coming in, 1v1. Will he be able to do anything about it? Pixel Yoshi going to be tossing some shock darts. Hopefully he can win this 1v1. The bomb is ticking. Time is of the essence here. Birds are getting tossed out. The blind doesn't manage to hit anyone. The wall is still up. He's going to take the swing out to Pixel Yoshi, but Pixel Yoshi wins the fight. Does he have time to defuse? It looks like he does, and this goes once again to UCR Gold.
Oh man, just beautiful play there by Yoshi, coming in just at the right time, taking the peek on showers. Perfectly timed, 1 second left on the defuse. Just
beautiful.
Good defensive round there by UCR. You know, just playing with discipline, not over peeking, and allowing themselves to play numbers there.
Yes, indeed. UCR Gold really playing for the patience play here. They're actually San Korea was really anticipating someone to go ahead and ego peek this, but look at this. UCR Gold essentially throughout the whole time was just waiting for them to play into their mistakes, and arguably enough, that really came into the favor of UCR Gold as they just had the more team advantage. Blind does get tossed for that one. It's a showers here, but it does manage to get a little bit of intel for the side of San Korea here, and smokes are active.
And it looks like Jets over here with the judge holding down lamps. A lot of noise being made on A.
Nobu trying to take this duel right here in mid, but he does get his shields caught off. That's a lot of util already gone. A lot of survivability for Nobu here. And they're just going to go ahead and push onto B side of Hookah. Pixelyoshi managing to catch a little bit of a head right there. He does know that he is there. That guy trying his hardest to see if he can get Pixelyoshi on. The setup is coming up. Pixelyoshi trying to get a little bit of information, saving the shock dart for just a second, making sure that no one pushes onto site just yet. And got guys holding that nade, making sure that he has a perfect lineup and the right timing for this. 45 seconds is on the clock. Will they be able to do anything about this? A lot of utilities already getting used. The drone is shot down. Kato going ahead and securing kill onto Pixelyoshi, and this is already looking good for the side of Sankorea, but looks like Spiker manages to get a beautiful trade onto Gut Guy. He's going to be coming back and forth here. Hatred with the bird might be able to catch a blind for this one, but it looks like the shots are missing and lining up. Bobo Boy securing the kill. It's impossible. And managing to get his teammate out of there, but it looks like Spiker gets the trade onto it. Fangs coming in once again in Hatred with the securing of another kill. The blind is up. The judge fight against the Phantom, but it's not looking good. It's a Sky v Sky fight, and it's a clutch for Juriken, securing a beautiful 3K.
Yeah, amazing clutch there by Juriken, dodging the flash, getting the kill on Fangs, and just Hatred, not enough time to reload there, allowing himself to adjust and reset. And just beautiful finish by Sankorea there.
That's what we love to see. We love to see the clone v clone fights here, as both Skies are just aiming, looking for that bloodlust and try to secure more kills for it. I do want to say though that Sankorea was doing very good on just playing that very patiently, and the aggression that came in really helped them out here as we go ahead and go on to the next round. It's already looking good for the side of Sankorea as they take on the fights here, but it looks like Spiker does manage to get the trade, and he goes ahead and takes two, but Nobu retaliates and takes two of his own, make that three. They're taking this fight. Pixelyoshi might be able to do something, but no, Nobu ends it with a 4K of his own.
Yeah, 4K cleaning up the save here, but still, that's a good round out of UCR that you like to see. You know, seeing them try and make a team play there on the eco, running down short with some utility, getting some trades going. And they got some damage done, so, you know, that's good. Better than most save rounds. This is well done by them.
Definitely right here. Sankorea playing that aggression against UCR Gold. UCR having to play that aggression there really kind of bit them in the butt for a second, because that duel did not go into anyone's favor besides Sankorea's. And it looks like they're just going to go ahead and take Luka once again. B-site lined up with Cypher Traps here. Will they be able to do something about this? Nobu going in with the swing. He does manage to catch out where exactly this Silva is. The ultimate is up. Juriken seeking out Seekers. Nobu does fall to Spiker here. A lot of utility being used already. Two ultimates in the face of Sankorea. Gut Guy does manage to get the trade onto Spiker. And it's going to be a trade v trade kill as they go ahead and take this plant. Sankorea is going to go ahead and hold this on, but Hunter does manage to get onto it. Bubble comes in with the swing. He manages to take out Fangs. Healing is coming up. They're going to go ahead onto it. Kato goes ahead and takes out Hatred. Another trade v trade kill. They're going to be holding this very tightly. The wall is up. Plausible goes ahead and takes out Bobo Boy. That's controller v controller violence. And it looks like it does manage to take into the favor of UCR Gold. They're going to go ahead and slow push this. Pixelyoshi trying to get some lineups onto it. See if he can do anything for them. He's got lined up for this one. He goes in for the swing, but no. Gut Guy manages to get the kill. Plausible coming in for the flank. Takes out one. Takes out two. He can still do this.
Hold on to your hats.
Being able to do something, but no. Kato comes in at the last second, saving the round for attacker Sankorea. Looking beautiful.
Yeah, just too much to expect the third guy there, but well done by Sankorea, playing some close-knit crossfires there on the site, especially planning in two, and just allowing themselves to finish out the round there, trading in the numbers advantage.
Numbers advantage indeed. It really did play for them. Sankorea playing really aggressively here against UCR Gold. The passiveness isn't no longer working. They have to be able to change up their composition, maybe play a little bit more aggressive into them just to be able to get an early trade. Round is up once again. It looks like Sankorea is going to go ahead and slow push this. A lot of intel already gained. UCR Gold knows at least where one person is. That doesn't mean they don't know where the whole team is. Getting tossed out. Shock darts by Pixelyoshi being used, and Spiker goes ahead and secures a kill already. Sankorea is down one. They're down their most useful agent at the moment. They lost their Viper. Not good right here as Nobu goes ahead and takes the fight, but it looks like Kato goes ahead and gets the revive on Bobo Boy.
some slow take over here on showers by Juriken and Kato. Looks like they want to go for an A finish here after the flash.
Minute on the clock. The cage do get triggered. Plausible is going to go ahead and take the 2 onto Nobu, but Nobu managed to secure the kill onto Plausible. Kato goes ahead and gets the trade onto Hatred, and it's going to be another trade v trade kill. Sankaria going to go ahead and go for the plant, and we do happen to see Blade Story comes in from Fangs. Pixelyoshi goes ahead and takes out Bubble Boy once again, but Juriken goes ahead and secures another trade once again. Fangs coming in with the duel. He gets 1. He's going to go ahead and take the duel into showers. Lining up for Turk, but he might be able to get 2. Oh, the timing on that Fangs. Back to the 1v1. Can he do it? He goes in and he actually does it. Fangs secures a 3K, ending it up with the clutch.
Oh my god, incredible plays by the Jet there, finding 3 duels. Oh my god, just beautiful knives, all headshots, and getting the last right click there, seeing his gun barrel through the cloud burst. Just incredible.
Fangs playing that with patience and aggression. He was barely able to catch onto that flick, but those blades hurt. When all those blades land onto you in your chest, there's no surviving that.
Yeah, no amount of heal or Rain ult's gonna save you from those. And just beautifully played by Fangs, even getting the defuse and putting it back in a 4-5.
Yes, this should
And resetting the eco there from Sankaria.
Sankaria pushing this against Hatred, tossing out the dog, getting able to get a little bit of reconnaissance for his team, but little does he know that Sankaria is going to be going ahead and pushing this choke. Plausible coming in with that pre-fire. They're going to be taking the dual Fangs. Managed to take out Nobu, and Plausible with the last bullet takes out Duck Guy. Talk about timing right there. Valorant timing comes into play. Looks like they're going to be taking the duel once again, but Juriken manages to lose lamps for this. He does manage to get dinked in the head. Another reconnaissance once again coming in from Sky. Slow pushing, 1 minute and 10 seconds on the clock. They are trapped like rats in a trap at the moment. Never mind, Kato takes a duel here against Spiker, but it looks like Kato manages to get the kill onto it, but Hatred secures once again the trade. The flash is out, but it looks like the Hawk does manage to get destroyed. Blind comes in, Fangs coming in from the flank, manages to secure 1, 2, 3 for himself again.
Just beautiful util usage as well to support him, putting a lot of pressure, allowing him to swing there and get both finishes.
Fangs proving the duelist supremacy here at the moment. He's trying his hardest here, and typically enough, whenever it comes to these compositions, we are getting a agent that's does have a little bit more versatility whenever it comes to for her team itself, and as well as Nobu, who's going the Reyna, who's a much more selfish agent.
Definitely, and we see Fangs here picking up the off, allowing some more flexibility. Looks like they're going to take some map control on short.
Taking control short. We do get to see a little bit of reconnaissance here, and it does manage to come in. The Seekers are out. We're going to go ahead and push this onto it. The blind does come up, but no one swings it just yet, just to keep him at bay for a couple seconds here. Time for the hunt. Indeed, Hatred does manage to get caught out for that one. Nobu. Molly does get procced. It looks like they're just going to go ahead and slow push this. Ooh, Spiker's playing in the smoke. He doesn't know exactly. He's aiming of where they could be. The president is coming up. 13 seconds for that smoke to go away, but it looks like it might be coming up right now. He does manage to catch 1, but no. Bubble Boy managing to secure the kill once again, and Plausible gets 2 for his team. Hatred securing another one for himself, but it looks like Noble managed to come in for the trade. Back to a 2v2. Empress is up. We're not setting up for the plant just yet. They're going to go ahead and use some of the Sage Wall utility just to get them at bay. Nobu playing on top of this container. Fangs with the operator. Can he do it? Nobu comes in with the swing once again, but it goes in, takes out 1. Pixelyoshi goes ahead and gets the kill. Kato comes in with the resurrection onto Juriken, but no, Nobu with the Empress proving who is the better dueler once again.
Last round
yeah, Nobu using the dismiss beautifully there, dodging 2 of the operator shots, repositioning, taking out Fangs there at the end. But, I mean, still, just a well-played defense round by UCR, even though it didn't pan out. I mean, Spiker hiding in the smoke there, almost got 2, but it laid the trap perfectly, allowing for Plausible to get 2 there when they entered.
Very good picks indeed. That really played into the favor there of Sankaria, as they just managed to just get kills after kills. UCR Gold tried their hardest to defend that site, but only so much can be done as Plausible takes out 2 with him before he does fall. They're going to be going ahead and pushing this into shower. Nobu does get blind by his teammate, typical Valorant status.
Yeah, and a heavy showers play. It looks like they may be going for a pop out here with quick plant.
you are. Boombot managing to get tossed out there. It does get destroyed. The blind does come in. The Viper Spit is active once again, but it looks like they're going to be busting out the ultimate there. Plausible managing to secure Nobu before he runs out of showers. Unfortunate as the ulti managing to take out one. Boba Boy does get tagged a little bit. They're going to go ahead and play this again. Some reconnaissance does come in. Nothing just about yet. Silver Dart managing to catch out where Boba Boy's at. He's just getting wallbanged. There's nothing that he can do here for just a second. We're going to go ahead and keep lighting the shower door up. They have to make a decision here. Sangria has 40 seconds on the clock. They're just going to go ahead and keep the fire. They're going to go ahead and keep the firing range up and active. Viper's wall is on. They're going to go ahead and take this fight again, but Hatred, ooh, comes in with the pick against Gutguy. Gutguy with the risky play there. They do manage to get the spank planted here. Seekers are out. The blind is back once again. We do happen to have one person flanking on the end. Make that two. Bubble Boy holding it close with the shotgun once again. Juriken takes out Plausible. It's a duel v duel. Kato going in with the 2K for himself. They're just running right into the judge supremacy there, and Kato securing 3.
And Spiker last alive, knows there's not much he can do, but last round has to go for it anyways.
Spiker coming up slowly from behind. He might be able to catch one, but no. Juriken secures the final kill for his team. Sangria playing with patience there, really played for them.
Switching sides.
Yeah, it was a really well done play. It looks like they wanted to use the Viper ult the entire time with the Showers play. And it worked out well for them. Using the Judge in close range and the Viper ult should guarantee a round as soon as you get the plant down.
Definitely, and we did kind of interesting plays all around, I do want to say, and kind of patience coming in from Sangria here. And Gutguy playing with the more riskier jump, with the more, tongue twisted right there. Jump pack coming in from him as he just tries to go in and takes the duel. But if you know Valorant, bullets don't go where you want them to go.
Definitely not, especially when you're flying in midair, but
Stay safe.
Hatred taking him out, and you know, at least the important people survived. Boba Boy stayed alive in the ult, kept himself alive for the postman.
Kept him alive for the postman indeed, as we go ahead and take this on to Hookah, but it looks like Wall is already going ahead and get proc there. That's already some good segues as they go ahead and try to take control of this site. The Viper wall is up. Nothing just yet. Boba Boy is going to go ahead and take control of mid. He's all alone. He doesn't know that his teammates is just going to go ahead and fall right here. But Juriken managed to secure a kill onto Plausible already. This is looking good. Fangs comes in once again, taking the duel with his ghost. Sees a little bit ahead. He sees Kato's head right there, but doesn't do anything about it. Oop, the TP is up. They're going ahead and rotating out of there. They're gonna go ahead and push onto it, but look, they don't know that someone's on the flank already. They didn't know that he's right behind him. He goes in with the shot. Nova comes in with the 1, comes in with the 2.
Spike down A.
This is the second shot. The cage is triggered just to be able to get Spike. He is stuck in a corner here. Spikerfix is gonna go ahead and rotate onto site. Nobu playing this patiently with that beautiful Sheriff. This Gutguy rotates onto lamps. They are going to be able to plant onto Spiker. Is trying to plant. The pre-fire comes into the cage, but nothing just yet. Spiker takes the duel against Gutguy, but Gutguy does fall. Spiker gets traded off. Hatred coming in once again, but it looks like Hatred secures another kill for his team. It's 2 kills for him, but no. Boba Boy does manage to get the trade, and it's up to Fangs, but he doesn't know that they're defusing just yet. It is about to get finished. Will he be able to secure the kill? But no! This goes into the defender's side right there. Kato going ahead and holding on to the defuse. Pros don't fake.
Yeah, and just really well played by Nobu there, taking the map control early on in the round, letting them know that it would be a B play or they would be coming back early, and just allowing his team to set up for that and get the retake going before Fangs could show up and really have a chance there.
Zachariah playing very strong right now. They are just doing whatever they can just to keep this aggression going. And it looks like UCR Gold is playing individually here. They are constantly going back and forth, and it's a very healthy dynamic, I want to say, because both these teams are playing very strong.
Definitely, and you see they're playing the map a lot here. Cypher even going for a lurk here on B, trying to spot rotations, and they're really trying to see where the defenders are located.
You managed to get a little they do manage to get a little bit of info there. Bobo Boy goes ahead and takes some fights here in the mid, but it looks like Nobu managed to get the trade onto Hatred. Already looking good as they go ahead and secure So they're gonna go ahead and challenge him in showers. They know exactly where he's at. He takes his challenge with the Guardian. He manages to get running right click by Pixel Yoshi right there. Bobo securing another kill onto Spiker. Gut Guy securing one kill for his team. Oh, this is a very scuffed push into showers. Gut Guy with 2, but no, Fangs comes in with that Guardian that he just picked up. Showers is a bit of a hard push right there. 45 seconds on the clock. Fangs all alone. He is sandwiched here. All the angles are being held. Fangs running out with that knife, but he's gonna get caught out right here. And Kato, woo, patience is the virtue.
Yeah, but you know, I think UCR will be happy with that. I mean, getting 2 guns, especially on the Reyna or on the 2 duelists, is really important. You see now they're stuck with light armor, or I mean, Nobu here got a buy. But it's just going to hinder the rest of their gameplay. You know, taking these early fights, not having armor is, you know, it's really risky for them on defense. Good damage.
It's risky. It is risky for them indeed. A little bit of an ego peeking right there, but they just kept trying to take that duel on just to be able to get her out of the corner there, or getting him out of the corner there. But Bobo Boy is going to go ahead and set up some smokes for the team.
Yeah, and it looks like they're defaulting here right away, trying to go for a pick, see what guns they can find. But it looks like Spike's left over there on B, so they might head back towards the end of the round, if not a Showers fake here. Or, I mean, a long fake through the teleporter.
Hopefully. They're just going to be going on to this, and they're pushing kind of slowly. And Spiker trying to see if he can get a pick early on. He does manage to see exactly where it is. This is already cages going up. That means they have 2 less utility for them. Spiker just wasting that utility. Kind of a strange thing to do there, just to be able to fake them out, I guess. Not necessarily the best play.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe they have a read that there's 3 on 8 to 9 info, but oh my god, a nice entry here from Fangs.
Fangs indeed. Fangs goes ahead and gets the first pick. You're going to be seeing them swing onto it. Kato goes ahead and takes the duel, but Fangs coming in with a nice 2K for himself. The running gun Boba. Woo! Secured one more with the Spectre. Gut Guy gets the trade onto Plausible. Spider just sandwiching between 2 people, and he's just sandwiching a rock in a hard place here. But no, Nobu securing a 3K, and that's once again going for the side of defenders here. They're just playing so strong right now. Sankorea trying their hardest to keep it on.
Yeah, just a nice flick there, but or a nice flick there by Nobu, and you know, nothing Fangs could do there. He tried to get the trade, but just another round going to Sankorea. So
Sankorea playing very strong at the moment, just doing whatever they can. Honestly, Nobu especially playing with Reyna, a very selfish agent, just going hard at the moment here, and we already get to see the ultimate coming in from Fangs. I'm gonna go ahead and peek this. That is an interesting peek right there. Bobo Boy managed to get tagged a little bit, but it does look like Gut Guy with that perfect nade, securing the first kill of the round already.
yeah, Spiker being the sacrifice here for the team, trying to make some space, but just not enough being caught by the util there. But it looks like they're doing a slow round on their eco, allowing for the Jet maybe to find a pick with the Blade Storm. Just walking up Hookah now, trying to find someone on B.
Good, all good. Kato holding onto B by himself. It looks like we might be able to catch one off, but it looks like that is Hatred going ahead and taking the kill onto Nobu. They watched their flank this time. They learned their lesson from last time.
Yeah, Nobu being a little bit too aggressive there in Showers. He's done that multiple rounds.
Look at that utility just being used just to keep Bobo Boy at bay, but they don't take him out. Bobo Boy secures the kill onto Plausible here, and Fangs retaliates onto Gut Guy. It's 3v3, literally almost about the same here when it comes to terms of HP, but Pixel Yoshi's gonna go ahead and go for the plant. Fangs securing the kill onto Kato. Look at that aim, he's just going in hard. Cloudburst managing to come up. Bobo Boy trying to take the swing. He knows exactly where he's at. Pixel Yoshi taking the fight against Bobo Boy. Looking for the flank once again, but Bobo Boy comes in at the worst timing, but no, Jerkin comes in with the flank, and once again, this goes into Sankorea.
Oh my god, and it was so close too. Fangs has just been so on point with the Blade Storm all game, but Jerkin coming in, position completely unknown, allowing for the trade there at the end. And another round for Sankorea.
And Korea, they have a lot of ultis coming in for this next round. It's going to be looking very good for them. That's a very healthy ult economy right there.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they want to make a aggressive play or maybe just save them for the retake on B if they get swarmed there a little bit too fast.
Indeed, Korea might be going ahead and pushing to B. That's a lot of already teammates in B. The ulti does come in. Will he be able to secure one? But no, Spiker takes out Gukka in the middle of the air. Knows exactly where you are. You're gonna find out where you're at. Pixel Yoshi goes ahead and takes the duel onto Nobu. That is a team fight for them right there. Fangs coming back into heaven, being able to control that for his teammates. They don't know if he's there just yet. They're gonna go ahead and clear the site. The double smoke does come in from Brimstone. Juriken unaware that there is an enemy in there. The blind does come in, but it looks like it does reveal Fang's location here. Juriken dogging this, making sure he can get a little bit of intel for it. The scout is destroyed. The blind is coming in, but it blinds no one. It catches the edge of the smoke, and Plausible secures the kill. Bubble Boy does get tagged here by the Cypher camera. Plausible pre-firing just to make sure that no one coming in for the rotate. Looks like they can't do anything just yet. Never mind, as I bite my own tongue. Kato securing a kill with Plausible, takes the duel once again, but no, Hatred secures the kill, and Hatred with the 2K.
Oh man, just beautiful shots there by UCR. It looks like they had a little bit of a wrong read there on Sankoria, sending the third defender there over to the B site. And opening death from Gut Guy there just allowed for a quick side take and a clean run from UCR.
UCR doing very strong. Sankoria just... Both these teams are arguably playing at their highest levels at the moment. They're playing so patiently against each other, and they're just taking duels. They're swinging, they're getting trades. Typically very hard things to do, especially in Valorant, whenever it comes to just being able to want to take duels as a whole.
Yeah, and then they're playing off each other incredibly well. I mean, another bait play here set up in Hookah. Looks like it may not pan out for them as they take a lot of line control, and Spiker found another pick on Nobu.
Nobu does get taken out early on. Sankria's duelist is out for the time being. There is a minute and 15 on the clock. They're just going to go ahead and wait for the slow pushes. See if they can catch anyone off guard. I just realized there's a Sage holding with the shorty Kato, praying that someone walks in. And speaking of praying that someone walks in, Juriken goes ahead and takes out Pixel Yoshi. Secrets are up. Hatred securing the kill onto Gukkai as he comes in on the rotate. Blind is out. The shorty comes in and Kato secures the kill. That's a vandal for Kato in the hands of the Sage. But no, Kato does fall to Plausible, and it's left to Bobo Boy and the Marshal.
Yeah, Kato with a great jumping shorty there, but may not be enough to finish the round for them. Making this round go in a 1v3.
May not be enough, just enough time, but this is still Valorant. Anything can happen here. Bobo Boy is going to be able to take this duel against the 3 players left. But it looks like they just got a crossfire nice and ready and set up for him in case he jumps. He sees where Fangs is at, but he's not going to do anything about it. Spiker takes on the duel, but Fangs goes ahead and finishes him off. Bobo Boy does fall, and this goes on to the side of UCR Gold.
Yeah, good damage there from Sankoria, getting 2 kills. But yeah, we'll have to see what UCR Gold wants to do here. They do have a Brimstone and a Sova ult. It looks like if they wanted to, they can make a play on Lamps with those ultimates. But they have been playing slow, so we'll see what they want to do.
UCR Gold still having the potential to come back. Sankoria still playing very strong. They're doing whatever they can to do. And speaking of using the Brimstone ultimate, he might be able to do this. Plausible is just going to go ahead and wait it out. But Viper Spit is active. Bobo Boy using that just to be able to make sure that they don't push into mid. That's a lot of space giving already. Sankoria controlling the site.
It seems like Sankoria possibly reading the ultimate usage and sending the Viper over.
Nowhere to win. Indeed, 100 Sherry's does get activated. Does manage to attack Bobo Boy. One more shot to come in, but no. Gukkai securing 2 kills for himself, and Kato coming in on the kill with Spiker. This is not looking good already for UCR Gold. The pre-fires are coming in. Genji, Nobu come once again. Bobo secured the kill. Pixel Yoshi comes in with a swing, and Nobu finishes it off with a flawless. No one died that round.
Match point.
Yeah, that was amazing like read by Sankaria, I guess. I mean, moving the Viper over to A after seeing the ultimates online and just shutting down the entire round from that.
There.
The Viper Pit,
There.
strong utility. Sankaria doing very good placements. Something that a lot of people don't know, where the placement of your Viper Pit does matter. It does have a mind on its own in some aspect because the Viper Pit only goes up to a certain distance. Place it against the wall and it'll hug that wall the whole time. But speaking of getting hugged to the face right there, Good Guy does manage to secure a kill onto Pixel. Fangs comes in once again. Boboiboy secures a kill onto Hatred. That swing coming in from his teammates as he is able to finish it off. Fangs takes the duel once again, but it looks like Boombot comes in at the last second. Does get destroyed, but not being able to kill off Fangs. No trade just yet. It is a firefight for mid as Spiker comes in with that cam. He might be able to attack someone, but no, not being able to get any utility there. Never mind, he takes out Spiker. Boboiboy goes ahead and takes the trade onto Plausible. Fangs securing another kill, but Boboiboy does get caught off for a second there. He is one bullet from dying, and he secures 3K with Fangs, who just swung at the poorest timing.
Oh my god, Boboiboy just holding it down. 2 kills on 10 HP, still allowing themselves to close out this game potentially. Juriken closing off map control with full health. I'd like to see what Spiker does here in the 1v1.
See where this goes right here. Spiker by himself. He does manage to catch out one, but no, Juriken finishes him off, and this goes to Sankaria.
Yeah, just great game by both teams, but not enough there in the end. Spiker getting caught out on low HP.
Unfortunate right there, but Sankaria playing to their performance and their strength. Look at that Reyna dominancy that we just got to see. And one of the more aspects that come into this game is just, again, Reyna is a selfish agent. There is no denying that. That team dynamic that does come with Reyna is very hard to perform with, but Reyna alone really proved once more that this is just dominancy in the duelist area.
Yeah, definitely a character with a high skill cap and with a great player on it allows for a lot of good plays and aggressive plays to be made, just like Nobu showed this game.
Yeah, we did get to see Nobu pop off very much, and both teams just playing so strong against each other. And one thing that I do want to give my compliments here to when it comes to UCR Gold is UCR Gold in early rounds played so patiently against Sankaria, and Sankaria played into their favor a little bit later on when they realized that they can play super aggressively when it came into holding onto site, and it really paid diligently into them.
Yeah, definitely. Their defense and just ability to win the gunfights really carry them to the win here.
Yeah, it was so strong to see those. And again, being able to see the sky, as we were talking about this a little bit earlier, actually, we did actually get to see Sage come into this pick, and Cypher as well. But again, I did kind of see a little bit of more of the Cypher being less of a let me rephrase that. Cypher being used for the more aggressive of cages rather than just being there to play for the trips.
Yeah, it seemed like they wanted to use Cypher more to cut off map control mostly and to keep the defensive side guessing. But, just Cypher being taken out a few times early here on the ecos didn't really pan out. And, yeah, it just wasn't enough on a couple rounds.
Yeah, and I do, again, both these teams played so well. The duels, the coming back and forth, both of them played so well into playing with each other as a team. I did notice that a lot of the time they were just swinging all together at once. And I did notice that whenever it came into B site, they weren't swinging by themselves one by one, as like most players like to do whenever it comes to playing Valorant. This time around, they're just swinging 2, 3, 4, maybe all 5 of them going at once just to be able to take the one person alive. And sometimes that plays a lot into them.
Yeah, it was beautiful teamwork out of them and just a lot of trust within the team to be able to run out and trade like that. Having confidence in your teammates' abilities to win the gunfight is really important. And yeah, it really showed for them there in defense.
Very important indeed. Well, do you have anything else left to say for this right now?
No, that's all for me. Thanks, Admiral. And great games by both teams, definitely.
All right. Once again, I have been your play-by-play caster. I am Admiral, and joining me here once again is the one and only Stu. We'll be right back after this short break. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We are back. I am your play-by-play caster once again. My name is Adam. We're accompanied here by the wonderful and the only Stu.
Thanks, Emerald. Back at it again.
Always happy to be casting alongside with you. And our last game was very exciting. Overall, just a fun around match that we got to see this back and forth play go on. And honestly, I am excited to see Chapman University versus CSU Orange. And exactly, which map are you anticipating them to go for?
I'm not really too sure. I would hope that it's one of the maps that they have been playing, like possibly the older maps like a Center Haven. It seems like they do have a better idea of like the kind of dynamic of the map and the map control that goes on there, as well as having a lot of comfortable agent picks.
And speaking of which, we already got to see CSUF Orange go ahead and pick ban out Split already. Kind of a map that a lot of people already I'm seeing noticing and taking notice is that people don't really like, which is kind of surprising.
Yeah, I would say Split is it's a hard map without a lot of strategy to it. So it's no surprise that teams are steering away from it. You kind of need a lot of set plans, especially with the newer way that the map's kind of laid out. There's a lot more openings that you can kind of use that teams aren't really looking to see yet.
Whoa. Definitely. And Chapman University here going ahead and taking the ban already on Haven and back to fourth already as getting cut off here as a Fracture is also banned and Breeze. Okay, Breeze is an understandable map. Not a lot of people really like that map. It's pretty open, arguably one of the more harder maps that comes into taking duels with the long range. And Fracture, the most currently despised map in Valorant. People don't like the gimmick of it, and kind of strange, really, because I think one of again, I don't think it's that bad of a map as people like to point out to.
Yeah, definitely not. But I mean, it's just one of those maps that hasn't been figured out yet, possibly. So not the wisest idea to pick it in when your tournament life is on the line, possibly here.
Seriously, and hopefully we get to see something a little bit different here. And speaking of seeing a little bit something different, Ascent and Icebox are the last maps available, and hopefully we get to see. I personally like to see Icebox more in competitive. Never mind, they just took that away from me. They just got rid of it. Thanks, guys. Didn't even get a chance to let me say why.
Yeah, I would have loved to see that too, just for a variety from the maps we've been seeing. But Ascent is a classic. We've seen lots of tournament games on it, and to see what agent picks they go take into this.
Of course, there's always comes into that as we are waiting on for them to go ahead and load onto the map here. But arguably enough, Ascent being one of the more original maps we got to see in the beta, it was the third map that we got to play in, and it became a favorite compared to the other two that we got. We had Bind at the time, and we also had, I'm drawing a blank on the other map's name, Split as well. And then at some point we also had Haven, I believe, but it was just a rotation between those four maps and kind of boring after a bit when typically I got Bind every other day. And by that, I mean every single day for the duration of the beta, right? Why'd you do this to me?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it feels like you're out of one game and you're back into the teleporter, back in that Bind game again.
Oh my god, don't get me started. Original Bind was a nightmare.
Yeah, but at least we have some Ascent going here. Lots of amazing games from Sentinels, TSM back in the day. So hopefully, we'll get to see some more strats that are open to on Ascent. Didn't really see too many teams playing with the doors or the wall bangs on B main last time we were on this map. So hopefully, we see a little bit more use out of the map and not just the players playing.
Hopefully so. What exactly are you anticipating here for the agent selection? I'm kind of anticipating a Sova here in terms of initiator.
Oh yeah, definitely a Sova. I mean, I like a KO personally on this map, but it's each their own as far as initiators go. I think the Sentinels, though. I mean, I would ideally lean towards Killthrow on this map. And I'd like to see them pick that as well. Just it allows you to break open the bomb sites a lot easier with ultimates, and having the orbs so readily available for you to farm your ultimate just helps a lot there.
That actually does. Now that you point that out, the just being able to farm them all game, kind of easy. But speaking of going ahead and picking the first agent already, we have Dombi going ahead and picking Jet. We did a little bit see them hover over KO, as you were mentioning a little bit earlier on how he is one of the more favorable agents for this map. But I'm surprised that they're not kind of rotating towards Sova here. This is kind of a strange dynamic. Violetta going ahead and drawing a blank on her name here, Astra. God, I haven't seen her in a bit. That's why. Astra going ahead and picking Astra, and well, not even locking it in, just hovering over it. But Astra's nerfed. She's not as good as she used to be.
Yeah, definitely very interesting idea if they did go to Astra.
Choose your agent.
She did get nerfed recently, and just her aggressive plays just aren't as good as they used to be.
Yeah, her aggressive plays aren't as usable. You can't really play for post plan here. And as we're going ahead and locking in our final agents, we do get to see a KO, Jet, Omen, Killjoy, and Sova here. And like I did say before, I was anticipating seeing the Sova, and that's exactly what we will be getting.
Yeah, it seems like some good picks coming out of both teams. They got the Sova ulti to counter each Killjoy ultimate when it comes out. We'll have to see if the the KO maybe pushes the favor or the lead in their favor a little bit on attack, allowing for that lockdown to come in, or the null CMD to come in place, suppressing all of the defenders.
That's right, as we go ahead and go into the first map, as we go ahead and go into the first round of the game. Already excited to see exactly what they have planned out for us. What I'm curious to see exactly is whether or not how much they're going to be abusing. Excuse me, there. I had a little bit of a hiccup. How much they're going to be abusing the difference between KO and Sky, because once again, Sky does have a little bit of a more favorable flash.
Yeah, we'll have to see where they want to take it. It looks like they may be setting up for an early B play here, or maybe just testing the waters, because ideally they would want to use this KO to counter out the Killjoy. Wait and see what input they get on.
Ahead and taking the fight already. Aria taking some shots from that turret, not looking good. Start off Tsunami taking the duel, but he doesn't realize that there's going to be a Jet holding that angle as well. Armus taking it on once again, holding close. Kali trying to see if he can get a swing or at least a pick. Maybe he might be able to get a little bit of an eager beaver. Someone could swing this open. Violetta taking this on. Rotating onto B main. They're going to be using some utility just to be able to catch this aura, but it looks like the team is already going on, pushing on. Gambi going ahead and taking the dash fight, but Kali takes out one. Snoopy Penguin takes out another one. Famoose coming in with the flick onto Kali, but it looks like Endo Crisis manages to catch out a little bit of intel, going in for the wall bang, but nothing comes out of it. Famoose going ahead and taking out Snoopy, taking the duel once again, swings out and secures the 4K for himself.
Oh my god, Famoose with the 4K on the pistol, securing it for his team there, and just coming in on the Killjoy clutch with the Ghost. Beautiful routine.
Beautiful, beautiful indeed. Very strong plays starting off. It really goes to show that it's like that rotation really does come into their favor, and having that blind situation kind of messed them up a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe not too good at util coming out there, but hopefully maybe it'll be a little bit better on B with the Sova arrow and the knife coming in.
Coming in. Let's see exactly where this lines up for it. They're just gonna go ahead and get that thing destroyed.
Spike down B.
Endo Crisis securing a kill already with the wall bang. Woof.
Yeah, maybe not too lucky there for Snoopy Penguin. Had the knife out and getting shot down on B main.
Not looking good indeed. They're already down a player here. Might just want to get a pick, you know, try to see if exactly what they can do. They're just wall banging everything here. Looks like they're going to be taking this duel once again. Violetta takes out Sky. It's already looking very strong. Violetta might be able to secure a second one, but no, Dombi comes in with a beautiful headshot. And Perea goes in and secures one, and Isip with the ending it with that 2K for himself.
Gun here.
All around a strong round indeed. They're playing this very passively. They're playing this very passively, and I think that's just going into their favor. I do want to say Dombi coming out with the perfect timing, and Famoose just holding it down as much as he can.
Yeah, and the Killjoy setting up mid here, looks like they're setting up for an early aggro B main pressure, and they're gonna run into a stack on the attacking side.
Hopefully good to see something about it. CSUF CSUF Orange going ahead and holding down the side. Two hostiles to take the, but they don't realize Dombey's sitting in the corner there. Endo Crisis secures one. Snoopy Penguin goes on and takes the flick onto Endo Crisis. Tsunami goes ahead and pushes onto side. Violetta securing a kill for his team, but it's back to a 1v3. Rhea takes one. He takes out another one. Snoopy Penguin. Can he do it? He takes out another. Pulling out the shot. Will he be able to do it? He misses the shot, but no, Sky finishes him. That goes to Chapman University.
Oh my god, Pariah almost bringing it back, but just too good a spacing coming out, allowing for the trade there at the end and B main. Just never expecting him to be there.
Not expecting him to be there, and just all around just a bit of a cluster towards the end, but did his hardest as much as he could. Tried to take in that 1v3. Always a tough situation, even when the pressure is on.
Yeah, and some nice shots coming out there, and even better spacing, honestly, from Chapman on the entry there, getting 2 picks, breaking the crossfire, and getting into the bomb site quickly. It looks like some early info here coming out A main from both sides, though, the drone and the wolf.
Snoopy going ahead and throwing out that silencing, see if he can catch anyone. The flashbang is out. They don't swing on it just yet. Violetta going ahead and holding onto the side here. The door is proactive. 8 is out. Minute 13 on the clock. They still haven't pushed this just yet. I'll be holding onto Chapman. Not really accepting a push just yet. Violetta going ahead and switching sides.
More info here found by the bird, though. They know at least one's in A main, and they still have full map control middle with the jet there pushed up. So they know it has to be an A play for now.
Looks like indeed ISIP going ahead and tossing the blind here, but it looks like Perea goes in and takes the fight. Dombey comes in with that blaze and secures a kill for his team, and is back to an even playing field. ISIP comes in with the TP, but Endochrist is holding it down with this, holding it down in mid. Snoopy Penguin goes in and takes out ISIP. That is back to an uneven play here. Violetta by himself. Will he be able to secure one and goes in and gets the trade onto it? Tsunami might be able to catch something, but Kali comes in through the smoke and takes out Famoose.
Oh my god, Famu's so close there, trying to time it with the door as a distraction, but Kali just too aware. Now Endo Crisis here in the 1v3 trying to retake.
And he's holding it with the Odin. Not necessarily the best thing to do right now, but it looks like they do manage to get a little bit of intel with that firing shot. Endo Crisis tagging at least one. He doesn't know that Tsunami's coming in from the flank. He pushes the smoke, but it looks like Tsunami secures the kill, and that is going back to Chapman once again.
Yeah, another well-played attack run, though, honestly. I mean, they caught a few rotates. Snoopy Penguin there playing patiently in A main, allowing for, you know, just a really well-timed peek on A main after they took out Pariah mid and just opened up the bomb site for them. It's great.
Opening the bomb site. Yeah. I don't know why I repeated that again. That was my bad. He did open the site for them, and that just really played for them. Chapman super slow pushes, and arguably enough, that was one of the strongest suits when it came into pushing onto site.
Yeah, now Famoose is one away from the word here. Looks like they're on eco, though, so they'll just go for some picks and maybe utilize that next round.
Early picks. See if they can catch an early pick themselves here. They're just going to be going ahead and pushing onto this. Kali trying to see if he can catch a drone out, making sure if anyone is there. Takes the fight. Shock Dart is out, but it doesn't catch anyone just yet. Hopefully we can't see when Tsunami comes in from the Violetta comes in with the back with the shot, but Tsunami managing to take him out. That is already one player down. That is not good. Defenders do have less of an advantage. CSU Orange is playing very aggressively just to be able to catch at least one pick, but Chapman's going to be using that to their utility.
Yeah, and it looks like they may be reading the rotate here, seeing Violetta pushed up in their spawn, seeing a weak A.
Speaking of being able to catch him very on ice, just managed to get blasted like there's no tomorrow, but they don't know he's standing in there just yet. He's holding it close to the Bucky, and it looks like that turret might be able to kill him up, but Sky goes ahead and secures a kill onto Isop. Snoopy Penguin comes in with the left side and secures a kill onto Famoose. CSUF Orange is not doing very good. Orange is going to go ahead and try to take this back.
It looks like they're setting up crossfires here on the retake, taking control of A main, and slowly closing out space.
One enemy remaining.
And that goes for them already. That is unfortunate right there for Orange, but it looks like the supremacy right here from Chapman just being able to hold on to sight.
Yeah, definitely. And it looks like they may be going out for an attacking play of their own. They do have the Killjoy ult as well as the KO. We have seen that from some pro teams in the past being used in unison to allow for a free site take. Hopefully Chapman goes for one of those plays soon.
I'll be able to see one of those plays come in as they go ahead and come back onto the site. Looks like they're going to be peeking this into mid. I don't know why I said mid. They're going to go ahead and peek this into mid. A little bit of a Don B jumping. Shock dart's already being used just to be able to catch someone off. The drone is out. Will they be able to catch someone? It looks like they managed to get a tag on Domby, but only for just a second here. So go ahead and try to push onto A site as well. You're going to be seeing Endo Crisis toss out his drone. Maybe he might be able to see someone. Hunter's Fury is on. He might be able to tag one, and he does. He takes out one for his team already. Chapman going in strong with this round. Orange already losing a player. The blinds are ready. No one is swinging just yet. This is a lot of utility being used just to be able to hold onto site. They're kind of scared to push onto it, but it looks like Violetta goes ahead and takes out Kali. The push onto it. Look at that perfect nade landing right on top of Heaven.
Yeah,
He goes ahead and takes the duel onto Endo Crisis right there, and he goes ahead and takes the swing, but it looks like he does fall. Endo Crisis securing 2 kills for a team. Snoop Blue coming in once again, but no, Endo Crisis finishes the round.
Oh man, they baited out the Killjoy ult though. I think that may have been the play they were going for. It seems that, you know, they kind of read the retake setup there towards the middle of the round, and they just walked in dry. Worked out for them for a little bit, getting the bomb down. But CSUF Orange just, you know, cleaning up the kills there at the end with the Killjoy ult, and that's all they needed to close it out.
Closing it out really comes in clutch for that moment. That Killjoy ultimate, though, not very strong. Didn't really play for what they were trying to look for, trying to be able to put this in the aggression. But speaking of playing this in the aggression, we are going to be seeing Domby going ahead and take this duel onto Isa, but it looks like he does manage to fall there. That is already one pick for the side of Orange here to make that 2. Sky takes a duel onto Endo Crisis, but looks like Perea managed to go ahead and take out Sky. It's a trade v trade kill, and it's back to 3v3. Ulti does come in. Omen teleport is active. I'm trying to see if he can get a swing, but Tsunami comes in with 2.
Yeah, just reading the map control there, seeing that they push from top mid, realizing that if they put pressure there on B, that eventually those top mid players would fall right into his hands, and he gets 2 free picks right there. Well played from Tsunami.
Played indeed. Famoose is by himself at B site. He doesn't know that they've rotated all the way out towards A, but he at least knows that there's a Sova hiding in between mid here. He can still take on a couple of duels. He is still in a very healthy mindset at the moment, but that can only last so long once you start taking duels.
Yeah, he is in a 3v1 situation. They do know one player's low. He may go for it, but not too much of a chance here with the crossfire set up here at Heaven by Chapman.
They don't know how close they are from each other. They're just looking away. They don't know. They're if you honestly just look to the right, you'd find each other. But speaking of finding each other, Famoose goes ahead and takes out Snoopy and makes a statement and takes out 2. And unfortunately, he does not get out, but that is hurting their economy.
Yeah, definitely good damage, and like you said, hurting the economy, putting 2 players back on light armor, it looks like. The dang being Tsunami there.
Indeed, Kali holding that shot, holding that arrow, maybe having a lineup ready just for the fun of it. But it looks like CSU Orange is going to be going ahead and pushing aggressively towards B.
Yeah,
The blinds come in.
quick.
That's going to be the blind. The arrow is going to be able to locate Dambi, but it looks like Dambi does fall to Paria. The trade is in. Bomb is been dropped. Snoopy goes ahead and takes the duel, but it looks like he's able to get the trade off to avenge his teammate. Tsunami comes in once again, but it looks like Paria is going to go ahead and get a nice, beautiful 3K onto Tsunami. Make that a 4K. One more to finish it off with an ace. The wall bang is up. He doesn't see him. He doesn't know that he's sitting in the smoke. Dart is active. Shock Dart is active. One more. That's less utility for him. Kali is going to go ahead and fall back. He's just going to be trying to wall bang him, see if he can find him. For real, 7 bullets in a dream. He wants this ace. He can ace it.
Here.
Priya. Kali comes in with the swing on the ISIP and he takes him out. Priya is by himself. Amus, can he be able to do it? But no, he doesn't give it to his teammate, unfortunately. But Priya, 4 kills.
Yeah, no ace for Pariah there, but 4 kills off the back of his teammates' util. Beautiful play by all of the support characters, honestly. Both initiators as well as the double blind coming in, allowing for Pariah to get 4 kills there on a huge round as well, resetting the economy now for Chapman.
Huge economy difference. It's a lot of a healthy thing here. And speaking of which, arguably one of the guns I dislike the most, which is the Bulldog, is in play. Hip firing that thing is a nightmare. You cannot disagree with me.
Oh yeah, definitely. 100%. That thing, you need it to bark on the triple fire.
You gotta aim down sights. For a game that prioritizes the hip fire, why you gotta be aiming down sights?
But it seems like they may be running into that Bulldog as well here. 3 just waiting contact on Amin.
Endo Crisis does manage to get a little bit of intel with that peek there. And Violetta is holding sight at an off angle. Hopefully might being able to catch 2 people, but Endo Crisis gets tagged. He's playing with fire here. The blind, the nade is active, and Paria goes ahead and secures a kill onto Kylie, and Isip goes in once again onto the trade on Tsunami. Violetta going ahead and pre-firing into the smoke, seeing if they can catch someone, but that is a definite no. The blind is out, but nothing just yet. Chapman is slow pushing this up. They're not pushing it just yet. Orange is in the advantage here with the 5v3 difference. Shock darts are out, but doesn't catch anyone just yet. The Bulldog fight is on. Sky getting tagged barely with that shock dart, but not pushing just yet. 30 seconds on the clock. Paris on the flank. The swing does come up. Violetta comes in with 2. Snoopy is by himself. Can he do anything about it? If he does fall, this is going to hurt their economy, but no. Paria goes ahead and secures the kill, and it's a flawless for Orange.
Yeah, they tried to make a play there with the Jet hero buy. It just wasn't enough, it looks like. But at least you saw the knives going into this round, and yeah, good attempt at damage there, at least by Chapman.
Very strong plays. Again, Chapman trying their hardest there just to do something on that eco round, but unfortunately it did affect them. And Orange just playing to their passive aggressiveness here and just waiting to see exactly where the first mistake is going to be coming from. But speaking of first mistakes here, Paria might fall. There's a lot of people looking in that corner, but it looks like the arrow doesn't come in. He takes the duel and Paria falls.
Man, just another aggro play there by the Jet, not panning out, but Isip with a nice trade.
Ooh, Sky does manage to fall for that one. Dombi comes in for Moose, does fall. Endo Crisis takes out Dombi, and Isip goes ahead and takes out the trade once again to Snoopy. It's a 3v2. He does get tagged for it. Tsunami, they know his location, but this is just to get a little bit of pressure off of the site. Violetta is going ahead and taking control of mid. Here's a TP, but he doesn't know where he went. Tsunami debating whether or not he wants to push in there.
Yeah, still a 2v3 though, still playable with the Sovold. If they get into a post plant, finding a situation for Sova to use the ult. Definitely still doable here for Chapman. To take their time, clear out the flank, and hit B possibly here towards the end of the round.
Gonna go. Nothing just yet. 30 seconds on the clock. The pressure is on. They can save their guns and help their economy, but it looks like Kali might be able to catch up Isip if he takes the duel. Slow but steady. The smokes are up. Kali Holding it on. Violetta's coming in from the rotate, but Isip comes in onto Tsunami. Managing to catch it, and Kali takes that trade already. The blind is up. The TP is active. Kali is going to go ahead and go for the plant. Isip can catch him out for this just a second. He takes the duel once again. 5 seconds on the clock. He doesn't have enough time, but no, he takes the duel with Violetta, and Violetta finishes it off.
Oh yeah, just too much pressure on Kali there with the flash as well as the Omen footsteps. He was a little too nervous to stick the plant there. Well played by CSUF.
CSUF Orange. Really good rotations here. They held onto sites so patiently, waiting to see exactly where they're coming from. And Isip just holding it on.
Here.
Yeah, but it looks like we may be seeing a fast play here coming out from Chapman. We got 5 grouped up.
Ooh, Violetta does get silenced for this. Suppression is on. Gonna be going ahead and pushing onto balcony. It looks like Hunter's Fury does get procced, but nothing yet. No one gets tagged just yet. And sight has been giving already. So now he's gonna going for the plant, but it looks like they're gonna be able to take the swing on Chapman. They're just gun-hoing this. Snoopy with the Guardian holding on to door. See if he can catch someone just off, but it looks like Chapman is going to be holding on very for dear life. CFU Orange wall pinging underneath hell. Dombi is just trying to reposition himself a little bit there. Iso goes ahead and takes the first kill onto Sky. The blind does come in. Super Penguin comes in with the kill onto Famoose, but Violetta with the 2K on the swing. Endo Crisis by himself, and he goes in and finishes it off with Snoopy Penguin. Isip taking the last kill once again.
Yeah, that was just incredible by Violetta there, breaking the crossfire. 2 at switch there, being full blind, swinging in, and just allowing the rest of the team to flood in on the retake.
I can buy.
Isip is playing patiently for his team. He's not swinging by himself. He's really waiting for his duelists to take initiative and go in first, and then he follows up with everyone else. He's not looking to be the star of the show here. He's looking to win.
Really, definitely, and I think that's what you want out of your support players. You know, you want them to have some more discipline and to allow your stars to shine, like Pariah is this game.
Smokes are out. It looks like he goes ahead and takes the op shot. Isip does miss it. Might find someone or not. Not really. Kali comes in with the shock dart. 1, but 2. This is going to be tossing out 2 of them. A lot of utility already used. Doesn't manage to catch out anyone just yet, but there is going to be a nanostorm nade planted right by their feet if they decide to push this.
Yeah, it looks like Endo Crisis there was going to break some mollies there with the shock dart, but didn't get any audio cue to let him know that the mollies died, so they may be slow here trying to enter out lane.
Low indeed, but Isip goes ahead and takes the pot shot, but he tries to go for the flick, but does miss it. He does switch onto the Vandal here, but he overstipulates his cover and does fall. Tsunami goes ahead and takes the first kill of the round. Attacking Killjoy is active. Will they be able to destroy it with the ulti? Hunter's Fury does manage to destroy the Killjoy. Lockdown is down. 30 seconds on the clock. Kali holding this down with the Spectre and managing to get a kill onto Violetta. Stoopy going in with the plant. 30 seconds on the clock. This is looking good for Chapman here. They have a full roster alive. Dombi does manage to get the kill onto Endo Crisis. Famoose with 20 of HP and the Dream. And Kali keeps the operator.
Yeah, well played by Chapman there. Just swapping up the pace, getting the last round, and making it a 7-5 half. So we'll have to see. I mean, who wins the pistol here will really dictate the rest of this game.
It will keep up right now. Interesting play, I do want to say, from Orange, just making sure that they hold the op mid. Kind of a bit of a misplay there, because now look at this. Like, they made them lose a round. I do want to say that it really showed them the struggle for that just 1 second here as we go ahead and switch sides. And Chapman still has the strength to be able to do this now.
Yeah, kind of an overextension there, especially after the peak from market. And, well, I mean, hopefully this half goes a little bit better and they can work off each other.
Lines are out. Utility has been tossed. Killjoy turrets both active on site. There's a gunfight just going on, trying to be able to see if they can catch one, but it looks like that Killjoy turret managed to get a little bit of dink shots. Perea does manage to tag at least Kali for a quick second here, but nothing just yet. Sova Dart is procced. Shock Dart is going to bounce off in the corner, but not catch no one.
Yeah, and it looks like, well, Famoose did get the orb here, so maybe they were feigning a fake by cutting noise. And it looks like it's working. 3 defenders drawn over towards A while CSUF groups up in B main.
50 seconds on the clock. Kali's going to go ahead and save his dart. He's been saving it this whole time, and speaking of which, it manages to catch them out. They're going to have to go ahead and push us out of sight. The smokes are off. Perea getting destroyed by all this utility just to stay alive. They're going to go ahead and get him out. The door does manage to get shut down, but they don't notice that KJ is still on site. They're going to go ahead and take the duel onto Sky, but Violetta goes ahead and gets the first pick. Moose managing to take out Domby. It's going to be a trade free trade for both Killjoys here. Wallbang's coming in. He goes ahead and takes the swing. Snoopy goes ahead and tries to take the duel on Perea, but he does fall. The Sheriff is stronger against the Classic at that range, but Kali going ahead and takes out Endo Crisis. Tsunami might be able to get a swing onto it, but no, he holding onto sight. And they actually get the kill with the Nano Swarm.
Oh, the Molly just walking too far into it. The smoke's obstructing his vision there. And a well-played pistol out of CSUF.
Great. Overall, great eco right there. The pistol round, just the strength of them. We got to see them pay patiently here. Like, both these teams, every round, they used a lot of utility. A lot of shock darts. A lot of sonar, but if you noticed, Kali did save his sonar.
Yeah, it seems. Oh, action picking up.
The action does pick up right through. Famoose does manage to get Kali, but it looks like it's going to be a trade v trade kill for the Killjoy here, and Perea managed to secure the last kill. This is already strong for them. 2 kills or 2 deaths already. Chapman does lose 2. Orange in the favor here. It's still not impossible. 4v3. The blind is out, but it looks like they managed to pop out a little bit of a grenades right there. A lot of utility just to prevent them from pushing him, but Perea does manage to get a little bit closer to sight. Violetta takes the duel onto Tsunami, but he does manage to get the kill onto it. Soupy comes in. Violetta does fall. 1v2 is by himself. Domby is by himself. The TP is out. They don't know he's on site just yet, but he goes in for the swing of Perea with the flick.
Oh my god, excellent play from Pariah all around. I mean, being patient on lane there, unexpected on that trade, swinging out to save his teammate from main, and finishing off the kill there with clean headshots.
Clean headshots back and forth. They're just... Orange is just playing so well right now.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been playing off each other's utility extremely well. And it seems like Chapman have slowed down in that aspect in these later rounds of the game. Last 4 or 5 rounds, so maybe a pace change is in order.
Possibly, but Perea does manage to get tagged up a little bit, and they're going to go ahead and push through A main here. The shock dart does get tossed out, doesn't tag anyone just yet. That's 1 utility already done. Kali does lose that for just a second here, but it looks like Sky takes the fight with the Classic, and he does win it, but he does fall to Violetta, who does get the wall bang on it. Perea goes in with the dash, but he doesn't know that he's sitting there in the corner. He has to turn around. Pay attention. Kali secures a kill onto Perea, but Famoose goes in for the trade. It's 3v3 once again, and Snoopy coming in with the flank from behind, but it looks like he's just going to go straight through A main. Ooh, suppression does come up, managing to tag out 2 agents. Endo Crisis comes in with the Sova Dart, managing to catch no one just yet as everyone hides in between cover. The flashbang is out, the drone is coming on. Recon boat managing to tag out Snoopy. Swing is there. They're holding onto sight very carefully here, and it looks like they're going to be holding it down. He does manage to see the gun, but rather than swinging with it, he goes ahead and gets tagged up himself. Once again, the shock dart might be able to secure the kill, but no, he goes in running and gunning. Attacker Killjoy ultimate. No, but the turret is right there, and it secures the kill for Moose.
Oh my god, just like you were saying earlier, just the utility is too good coming out of CSUF. Even the turret coming in to finish the kill, little tag team.
Oh my goodness. That is just that is just so sad to see. It's unfortunate right there as the turret was
Truly
just already
poetic
placed.
justice. Yeah, you just think the KO counters a Killjoy utility. Well, looks like Famoose has another lesson in store for him.
And they're like being locked down for 5 seconds here, but it looks like they're gonna go ahead and push onto A site. Violetta does get silenced, but suppressed, but nothing yet. They do manage to get a little bit of intel, but no one is pushing.
Seems like they're waiting for the utility to run out there, using the dog to clear out blind.
Uh-oh, this is not looking good. This is not looking good. Will they be able to secure one? No, but the pre-fire. 5 pre-fires. And if you notice, they did toss out a lot of nades just to be able to get out of it. And Endo Crisis does manage to secure a kill onto Tsunami. Unfortunate. A lot of util just to get their jet out of that corner. Dombi does fall, and Tsunami is out of this round. The silence does come in. The blind does get tossed, but Sky's holding it with the operator. You never expect to Killjoy with the op.
Oh, definitely not, and that shut down the push completely. You see CSUF rotating completely across the map, knowing the Killjoy utility that's normally mid is disabled and inactive.
Looks like they might be able to take the fight. Sky! The op dominancy with the Killjoy, but this is very scary here. If Sky does fall, that is going to be an op for the side of Orange.
Definitely. It looks like Endo Crisis is going to get droned out here mid.
Endo Crisis is in a bit of a pickle here, not able to take out anyone with him, but he does get immediately gunned down. Sky is still by himself, and he's going to go ahead and use this ultimate just to be able to push onto site. Famoose takes out one, but Sky 3 kills with the operator. Someone tell me, why does this Killjoy have an op?
And well, he's telling you now, man. He's put 3 down, gets the retake, uses ult and the defuse. He's already, only 5 away from his next one. Damn, and just shutting down the enemy Killjoy there on the retake. A fast swing allowing for the trade, and clean round from Chapman.
Round indeed. Orange playing super strong right now. Again, Sky with the op. Killjoy has an operator. Look at that little potato buddy.
Yeah, just beautiful. It looks like he's gonna hold down mid with it. We'll put the rest of his util down for the site. Maybe take some more map control for himself.
Sky does manage to destroy that dart, but the pre-firing does not come in just yet. Some intel is being used. A lot of it does miss the shot. Perea goes ahead. Oh, he's sitting there in the corner. He does manage to take the duel, but he knows exactly where he's at. The wallbang can still come, but Kali decides not to do anything about it. Flash is out, but it looks like Kali doesn't swing. Tsunami goes ahead and takes out Endo Crisis, but Isip goes ahead and takes a jumping shot with the Sheriff. Nothing lands, but Tsunami is still there. Ooh, he sees him. He sees his little head. He sees his little head. He sees his little head, and he takes the duel. Tsunami goes ahead and takes out Isip, and it looks like the blind does come in. Violetta goes ahead and secures a kill onto Tsunami for the trade, destroying each other's omen. Sky!
Down mid.
Sky with the op!
1 enemy remaining.
And that's bomb dropped in mid. This is not looking good. Perea is by himself, takes the duel with the shot, but no, Kali finishes it off.
Yeah, a little dangerous there, keeping the op on the anti-eco, but Sky showing us that, he's no amateur with the op. He's a veteran, taking out another one. Yeah, just another good conversion. Hopefully, this round, it looks like they have 4 ultimates over on CSUF. They may look to go for a team play here for a fast execute.
Hopefully, it's kind of, again, interesting plays here, because, again, Killjoy is not a typical agent you see an operator, but here we are getting proven at what you can do with an op in the hands of the right player. It's regardless of who you are, what agent you are, it's how good you are at landing those shots.
Definitely, and he's been locking down mid for his team, but it looks like they may be, just dodging him completely, coming up cat.
Dodging him completely, goes in for the trade. Famoose. Trade be trade kills here. Don't know how that's going to be going exactly, but it does look like Orange is going to go ahead and take the plant. Violetta goes in for the plant. The blind is out. They're going to go ahead and take the duel. Aiming down side. Isaac goes ahead and takes out Soupy Penguin. And that is an ulti no for KO. They're not going to be able to get the revive on this. They're going to be holding it with the op. Sky comes in with the operator, but he does miss the shot. Violetta does manage to get Kali. The operator is active, but no, they take out Snoopy. His down, but not out. Doesn't help him for long enough. Sky running back with the operator. The shock dart barely misses him. 32 HP in a dream. Not going to be able to do anything about it. He decides to fall back with the op.
Yeah, I may have to tuck his tail and save here. Good call by CSUF to make the Killjoy go on the retake with the operator. Definitely not the best agent in that situation, as we can see here.
Kind of hard for her to do anything in general. Oh, but they actually get her! That's no op! That's no op for Chapman!
Oh, a little bit too greedy, going for a kill there on low health and just punished.
Oh, that is gonna hurt the econ for Chapman. I mean, look at that. They had enough for 2 operators last game, and because of that, they don't have anything anymore.
Yeah, it's just a, high risk, high reward gun, and we're kind of seeing the fallback now. 1 person being forced onto a sheriff, as well as 3 on light armor. It's definitely a hard round, but we'll have to see what they make of it.
Violetta tossing out a blind, doesn't find anyone. But it does look like Snoopy does get caught out a little bit. They know where he's at, but I don't think they can then necessarily confirm.
Here.
Maria does get suppressed. And for the swing,
God,
the blind is out. Ooh, the blind doesn't come in, but Sky! Sky, too! ISIP secures a trade onto Tsunami, but nothing just yet. 1 minute and 10 seconds still on the clock. Orange is down 2, but never mind. Trainings are back to a 3v2. Anything could happen here. Endo Crisis! Endo, you are blowing my mind with these long-range duels here. It's 2 versus 2, 55 seconds on the clock. They can take either or sites. But look at that Killjoy utility on B.
Yeah, it looks like they have a read too that may be an issue. They're heading up mid, trying to find a gap in the defense. And if they get the bomb down, Sova has ultimate for this post plan.
But they don't know that Snoopy is just playing out this off angle. If they do manage to catch him here, they have to clear angles just right. The door is being closed, but it looks like they just managed to miss him in time. The plant is up. That door is not going to last any longer. The suppression is up. They're not able to do any activity. They're not able to do anything. Famoose goes ahead and falls back. He doesn't realize the door is being destroyed. The swing does come in. His location is revealed. Endo Crisis secures 1 more. Can he do it? He goes up for the push. He might be able to do it, but no! Snoopy saves the round for Chapman.
Oh my god, incredible timing on the peak by Snoopy, beating the dart with the wall behind him and just pushing Bass to kill Endo. Oh, that was so close. My god, it looks like maybe the call was to play the Sova ult, and you saw Famoose there getting taken back in transition.
Ooh, we do get a little bit of a timeout in the meantime, 1 minute on the clock till we go back into it. Let's talk about what we just saw right there. I do want to say exactly because Kali not Kali, my mistake. Endo Christ is taking these long range duels and just proving that he can still hold up his own bite as his bar comes in. But I do want to point out something here. That was an intense round.
Yeah, it really was, and I mean, this is like one of the last rounds where both teams get a full buy-in, so it's really anyone's game after this point. And we see CSUF, they're taking extra time here to maybe set up some ability usage. They do have 4 ultimates ready with the Sky ult almost available, so we'll have to see what they want to do with it coming out of the timeout. I would like to see a B hit personally, just because they know the KO has been playing over towards the A side. So it should be a free lockdown.
And I do think that they can actually do something big brain here with that Omen ultimate that's still there. Actually, both teams do have the Omen ultimate, like you did point out here. And I think that this just can be done for a lot of big brain plays here. They like to play patiently, so Chapman can use that for their advantage against Orange, who is kind of pushing very strong at the moment.
Yeah, they definitely have been getting a read on maybe that CSUF is relying on utility a little too much here. Snoopy Penguin playing aggro here at main, getting some info.
Speaking of which, Bladestorm does get suppressed, but it looks like not for very long here. The knives will be coming out momentarily. The pre-firing does come in from Perea, but nothing just yet. Slow but steady. A lot of ultis are still present. Hunter's Fury does get active to get a little utility, but Dombi manages to secure a kill onto Violetta with the flick. That is Spike, and Kali secures a kill to Isaac, but no, he doesn't pay attention to the sky. The fair Perea floating on high.
Oh my god, just coming straight out of his field of view there, updrafting from top mid. Beautiful kills from Pariah. And looks like they're going to convert it into an A hit.
Pariah holding this close down. Famoose comes in with the attacker Killjoy ultimate. Kali holding on to some shark darts, making sure that they can't push onto site just yet. They're going to go ahead and wait to see if they can catch anyone just yet. But, oh no, he is stuck in a rock in a hard place here. He's a little bit savage. Doesn't go in for the swing just yet. Orange coming in strong. Killjoy ultimate is activated. And it looks like they're going to be using everything just to clear out of sight. This is kind of bad for Perea here. He is by himself, but it looks like the ulti does manage to catch no one. Kali swinging with the Spectre might be able to do something with this. Perea goes in for the swing, but he takes the duel against Kali. Kali does manage to secure the kill. They're going to be going in for the defuse, but it looks like they're just going to be playing primarily for the utility here. Kali comes in with the dart. He goes in with the swing, but it is unfortunate timing here. And no, this is going to be going back to Chapman. NT indeed.
Yeah, nice try there from CSUF. Maybe counting the ultimates, seeing that they would save Sova for the lockdown, but not enough there in the end. The Hunter's Fury was just too much, and 3v2 situation allowing for them to defuse the spike easily.
Yeah, and Snoopy just playing patiently, didn't have knife up for that one, but let's face it, he didn't really need it when he had two other teammates with swinging alongside with him. And speaking of which, we are going to be seeing an operator on Dombi's hands once again. He's going to be doing some great damage, and Orange is just going all sheriffs.
Yeah, like we said, it looks like that round really was important, resetting the eco and making it a tie game again here. Or potentially a tie game.
Okay, Dombi misses the shot, actually. Could have sort of saw the red dot for just a second there, but it looks like there's going to be a lot of utility just to get him out of that corner. They're going to go ahead and push this, but preventing the full push just yet. A nade does get tossed out by Snoopy. The flash is out. He does get semi-blinded, but he flicks back at him. Sky comes in with the whopping, and Ice continues the rampage, securing a kill onto Tsunami. Operator still in the hands of Dombi. He goes in with the swing, but no, Violetta does fall. Great flick.
Yeah, incredible shot from Pariah. They're flicking back right after the pop from the flash. Now we're back in a 3v3 on the A-bomb site, just like before.
Shark Dog does come in, but Tommy secures another headshot onto Endo Crisis. That operator in the hands of this Jet is looking very scary. The TP is active, but no, it does manage to get canceled out by Sky.
Yeah, and just another round by Chapman here, converting the eco. And I mean, it was good that CSUF got the bomb down. It allows them more money and more util to be bought into this next round. And we'll have to see what they want to do with it, because after this round, I mean, we're playing for overtime.
Definitely Chapman doing very good here, coming back into the game. They can actually win this 3 more consecutive rounds, and that's going to be going back into the hands of Chapman here. Orange struggling to be able to keep the pressure on. Just 2 more rounds in their plan as well, but it can go any way. This is Valorant. I mean, look at Chapman. They're bringing it back from a 6-11.
Definitely, and we see here they're going for an early B main play.
Yeah, we're gonna sing here, but Dombi with the op once again.
Oh my god, just the jet diff here out on mid, holding down the angle, long range fights, but looks like they may be going for an execute here.
Maybe, but the Shark Dart manages to land onto 2, so that's actually some pretty good early on damage. If they decide to swing this, they are hurt. They are down 1 player, and that is not in your best intentions to be able to do a lot here. And it looks like Dombi is back with the op in his hands. He's going to go ahead, Isip is going to go ahead and smoke onto mid and just get out of there. No one's going to be crossing just yet.
Yeah, it seems like they know that the Jets anchoring mid with operators, so they want to try and get onto a bomb site with Sky ult.
Sky ult does get prod. Seekers are activated. It manages to tell the location of Snoopy here. ISIP is going to go ahead and swing out with a push there, and he does manage to secure the kill, but they don't know that the other teammates are coming up real hot and hard. Kali comes in, but he looks like ISIP manages to secure the kill once again. He doesn't see the killjoy just in time, but no, he does follow the wallbang, doesn't come in, and Famoose secures the kill again onto Tsunami. It's 1v2. Anything can still happen here. Sky still looking very strong. We've seen the hands. We've seen what he can do with an operator. Let's see what he can do with the Vandal. Absolutely nothing. Endo Crisis manages to take the round.
Oh my god, just not enough there. Took the 50-50 dropping down, checking generator, and Endo Crisis just takes him out there with a clean shot.
Great placement. Chapman did really good to try to take that site back, even though it was a 2v2 situation. They were just taking duels back and forth, and honestly, Orange really played that into the favor of Chapman a little bit, but I think they were smart enough not to take the duel mid again.
Yeah, definitely. I think they learned their lesson here. Their initiator can't really take that fight for them, but looks like
not being able to take the fight. Dombi secures a kill onto Famoose, but Famoose, before he does fall, takes a little bit of a couple shots onto him, but Paria by himself here does get to see Tsunami going for the swing, but he doesn't take the fight just yet. The blind is in Tsunami's hands. Can he do something about it? The double nade does come in. The blind is stuck in him in his corner, but it looks like he's gonna have to catch up. He's getting caught out of the corner. Tsunami with the 2 kills for himself, maybe 3, but no! Violetta comes in and retaliates with the trades here. Kali does fall, or Kali does manage to get the kill onto Endo Crisis here. Got a little confused there. Both of them were Sofa. Violetta can do it, but no! Dombi, the flank! The crossfire!
Oh my god, Chapman just crunching him from all angles there, taking down Pariah with incredible util usage from Snoopy and Tsunami there. He just didn't have a chance. I mean, no matter how many shots you can hit, you're never going to make it out of that.
This is coming in close. This could go into OT if this last second. Chapman still having the chance to come back. This is one of the strongest matches we've seen in a bit here. 12-11. Chapman can do this, and they should.
Yeah, we'll have to see what kind of magic CSUF Orange can make here. It looks like they're letting Pariah try and find a pick here alone again.
Alright, is by himself. Already some util being used just to be able to catch him out, but the knife does manage to tag at least one. Some intel for the side of Chapman. Can't do anything for it just yet. Chapman does have the healthier economy here with the ultimates as well. Killjoy ulti still in their favor. The turret managing to take out Pariah once again, but it looks like he's not going to be able to destroy it in the first go. Tsunami does toss out some smoke.
Yeah, it looks like the push getting slowed down here. Round may stop to a halt. Oh, looks like they're playing sound, maybe heading back towards mid to try and pick off Dang B. They know he doesn't have the operator this round. Oh, well, looks like they're steering clear of mid.
They are. They're going around for the long rotate. There is 40 seconds on the clock. We do get to see that Kali is playing in this little cubby here, so he might be able to catch someone out, but it looks like they're just going to be able to bait that out. But it looks like Violetta might be able to catch him out, and he does! He almost messed that up a little bit. That was a little bit of a scary situation right there. And speaking of scary situation, Isa managed to secure the kill onto Snoopy Penguin. The ultimate does manage to come out, but it looks like they're not going to be able to secure the kill just yet. Tsunami goes ahead and avenges teammate. Isip does fall. The plant is up. 3 seconds to be able to revive their ally, but it looks like they're not going to be able to have enough time to do it. But it looks like Violetta goes in with the swing and manages to secure the kill onto Tsunami. Isaac comes in onto Snoopy Penguin. The plant is on. It is 1v3. Chapman has to bring this back, but no! It goes into orange!
Oh my god, it was actually so close to their 3v3 at the end, but just some beautiful teamwork and excellent peaks coming out from Famoose and Pariah.
Oh. All around, what a great game. Just constant back and forth here. We got to see Chapman bring this back so strong, and honestly, we cannot disregard Chapman's performance. Look at Chapman. They almost brought this back to a tie-breaking game, and the op supremacy here, they used that to so much of their advantage.
Yeah, it was just so close. I mean, Sky trying to pull out the hero plays with the op, as well as Dang B bringing out a hero rifle in a couple rounds. It just wasn't enough today. I mean, excellent team play out of them, but sometimes, you know, you just don't hit the shots.
Yeah, definitely. Only so much can be done here, but unfortunate for Chapman as they did lose this game, and it does go into CSUF Orange here. I just want to give my compliments to both teams. This was one of the most hype matches I've seen all today, and just the constant back and forth. This was just, we love to see this in Valorant.
Yeah, this game was just beautiful. I mean, both teams playing incredibly well, amazing util usage, great shots being hit, and Pariah just really taking over this game on the jet, just doing incredible.
Yeah, we did get to see a lot of that pop up. Both, again, also Famoose and Sky, both Killjoys doing such a great job of just being able to hold down sites by themselves. And again, Sky with an op, Killjoy with an op. That's not something we see very often.
Yeah, definitely not. But he made it work, and he kind of showed us, hey, maybe it's not the agent, but a little bit of the players have some magic too to them.
Magic indeed. As we go ahead and do our very own magic of our own, as we go ahead and be right back. But once again, I am your caster for today. I am Admiral, joined with the one and only
Stu. Thanks again, Admiral.
and once again, it's always been a pleasure casting with you. And we'll be right back after this short break.
So hold on to me. Never let me close your eyes. Only got one night. Just put your trust in me. Give me everything. I need your love tonight. So baby, please don't fight it. Put your trust in me. I'll give you everything. So hold on to me. Never let me go. Right here in your arms is where I wanna be. Close your eyes, only got one night. Just put your trust in me. Give me everything. I need your love tonight. So baby, please don't fight it. Put your trust in me. I'll give you everything. So hold on to me. Never let me go. Right here in your arms is where I wanna be.
I know we ain't talked in a minute, but what is time? Living in the thoughts and the visions, but between the lines, yeah. I can't even talk with the visions there in my mind. Cause every time I fall, I can feel you there by my side, yeah. So show me the way and I'll follow you. Show me the way, cause that's all I do. Take the leap of faith and I'll dive into my diamonds. I'm finding this divine light inside of you.
You fill my heart when it's hollow. I found somebody to hold. 'Cause I've been reaching for a love that takes me high, and I can see the sun on the horizon. Every time you're looking at me, at me. I didn't know I needed love till I saw you. I got you written on my heart like a tattoo. You light me up when it gets dark, baby, you do. I didn't know I needed love till I saw you. La da 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 da. 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 La da 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 I hear your breath in the silence, baby, the rise and the fall. We got so numb to the sirens, we couldn't hear them at all. 'Cause I've been reaching for a love that takes me high, and I can see the sun on the horizon. Every time you're looking at me, at me. I didn't know I needed love till I saw you. I got you written on my heart like a tattoo. You light me up when it gets dark, baby, you do. I didn't know I needed love till I saw you. La da 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 da. 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 La da 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 closer tonight, keep holding my hand. I know this ain't love, but let me stay the night. I said let me stay a while. 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 No, I don't need a degree to know this ain't love at first sight. 'Cause I know how this works, I got my ABCs right. Oh, so let's play pretend. Say you'll be the one for me. Say you'll be the one for me forever. I know this will end tonight, but you'll be the one for me. Say you'll be the one for me. It's been so long since I got so close to someone. I know this ain't love, but let me stay a while. And pull me closer tonight, keep holding my hand. I know this ain't love, but let me stay the night. I said let me stay a while. 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 I said let me stay a while.
for Pika as an individual. So seeing them in this coaching slot with some potential plays coming out in the back end here, maybe some crucial pauses to turn the tides of this map. But who knows? When you have a player in the coach slot, sometimes they might just be, you know, that little bit of extra moral support, even if they're not bringing those strategies.
Yeah, flaming your own teammates and putting fire in correct places. But it seems as we're getting ready and everyone's spamming that they are ready, but a couple people are in game. Speaking of in game, I mean, 3 bomb sites we were talking about a little bit earlier, and we saw how I think we were looking at how CSUF Blue was attacking those sites. What site were they the most strong on, and do you think that they're going to be dominant on that site?
I genuinely think that their defensive half is going to be more so where they shine. As you can even see in their first match today, they had some counter strats going on off the back of a pause, knowing that some ultimates were going to come out, leaving C open, and then playing that retake because they know when they're in those gunfights, they have the better trades.
Yeah, and speaking of getting into it, Haven, we're starting to see some picks here. And with CSUF Blue, they really want to win this matchup. They want to, I mean, they definitely they want to do this. You're laughing at something, I see.
I just saw 3 neons and a Yoru pop up on the defender side for a second, so I had to take a quick giggle.
It's funny to see. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they go for it. They, I don't know. Where is UCR's gold? I think that's UCR gold. No, I'm incorrect. That's CSUF Blue.
It seems like the confidence.
Are they really that confident in their pick? No, UCR Gold is, they know what they're doing. They're like, you know what? We need to win this because we don't want, for honor. Honestly, they might not be in it for the win, but they're in it for 3rd and 2nd place. They want it for honor, but I don't know. It's simply with impact frags, he got 7 of them. So putting him on the neon and changing up a pace, maybe being a lot more aggressive and going in there with such good aim and strategy. Nah, he goes with Chamber. I was just talking about how maybe it might be a good play, but they're sticking with their roots and their traditional picks.
You know, aside from just those first bloods, again, gotta emphasize 7 first bloods in that first game as the Chamber. He was just dominant overall, being the top frag of the entire match. And you see a similar matchup composition-wise from that first game with the Cypher in the hands of our attackers here. Spiker FX taking up that role. We'll see if he can step up to the plate and prove to be a bit of a menace, maybe some late flanks into mid or garage to catch the enemy off guard. But who knows? It can go up to anyone, but we've seen Fangs pull off some crazy things today, so I'd like to keep some emphasis on him, see what he can do with those Blade Storms that come out. But as we were talking about previously, it's CSUF Blue's map to prove themselves, because if they win convincingly here, they go to the finals tomorrow. They made LAN. If not, they still face elimination.
Oh, man, they still face. And you know what? A part of me wants to see it. I might be a little bit tired, like, you know, from working all day, but I will gladly stay for another amazing match if it means we get to see these players play again and duke it out head to head. I kind of want to see an overtime here, even though, I mean, it would be so much fun to see in general, just like, you know, who doesn't want to see a 6th round, like an unprecedented thing? It'd be really cool.
Yeah, but this first round is going to be a pretty heavy execute towards C, as we see a Paranoia coming out already to try and stop this push, and that it has, as we have 3 of our attackers set up on long, but it doesn't matter as Fangs comes in and takes out Sixer's head, but Quacksmack responds by saying, no, the person coming into trades is not going to be able to take it from me, and no one else will either, as he takes 3 out, defending the B side before he's finally taken out. Cypher FX left by himself on C to defend. Now tides have turned. In the defender spawn is Cypher FX.
Yeah, and CSUF Blue is looking healthier by the minute. They're getting ready to just pull back, right? They're playing time. They want to make sure that they spot him out and they don't get flanked, as we see JC, like, you know, doesn't want to get the flank. He's checking out behind it. But Cypher over on C site, wary of the plant. He doesn't want to be spot out. They're making their way towards A because I'm assuming they think, hey, he rotated towards A site, but they're still wary of where Spike is. And now that Spike is planted, the tides return, and now it's time for CSUF Blue to dive in together. Their Playboy is going in for the pick at tries to get it, but they're just dancing around each other. They're gonna try and peek together. I'd hope so that they can maybe get something, but no, the presence is detected. They know where he might be. And JG going for the top and confusing poor Spike FX, but they get the plant off. And now it's just CSUF showing their dominance once again in this game. I love their ability to wait for each other and play together, where with JG updrafting up onto the box, and then, you know, Playboy coming out from the side and getting SFX really quickly.
Yeah, Spiker was in a really good position there, faking that rotation rather with the bomb, even getting a tap off to start that second guessing in the minds of the defenders. You see JG and Playboy starting to work their way over, but their retake was just too good. Didn't give them too many 1v1s, and even that updraft up on top of the box there was just enough to fake out Spiker and give Playboy the kill.
It's Spike. I think I said SFX. Oh no. Spiker is playing
Look at this. Speaking of him personally, it's weird to see your Cypher on the main push, but 5 have already gone into the B site, taking Gong and a plant down, leaving the defenders in a 5v3 retake, though, as some trades came out, and JCheese just shutting them down.
It's back to Spiker. I said Cypher. Yes, Spiker was left alone again, and that was such a valiant attempt, but they were able to convert the bonus round. I love to see this. I keep saying I love to see it, but it's so exhilarating to see. They need to convert this bonus round to really secure the victory, or they're, you know, it's the first rifle round of the game. They have SMGs, and they might go down to just having a disadvantage on guns. But if guns is everything that makes you, I mean, what kind of team are you?
True. Playboy really stepping up to the plate here too. Off the back of that Spectre that he picked up the round before for his force up, takes out 3 for the defenders, leaving them in a really good spot here, up 2 rounds. But again, we saw this last time when the rifle round came out. Blue kind of crumbled, but we see Simply saying, "I'm gonna take that aggression. I know I have these shots."
Man. He wants those first bloods. He's going for them. He's doing the impact frags, the duelist chamber going in there. I'm mixing up my words with Cypher and chamber, and the beautiful Radiant buddy on there, just showing how, you know, showing off a little bit as well. As there's no executes just yet, but things go heated on the side. As Quacksmack tries to get a couple plausible, shuts him down. His Sixer grabs his picks. He's good for 2, but Spiker grabs him with the Vandal. It's now a 3-2 situation, and Null Command has been utilized, I believe, or no, it has been utilized. Spiker is trying to get the plant off. Playboy, KO knife short to try and find someone, but Hatred going in for the kill, teleporting out to join his friend on the other side. Oh my gosh, Simply says he's gonna take 2 out to defuse the spike and give it to CSUF Blue. The impact frags are insane from him, and he's gonna pick up a trophy for himself.
Did you see
Oh
their
my
faces?
gosh.
Sorry, I should not laugh.
Oh, still the bottom of the leaderboard, but clutching up when it matters. He said that I'm not just going to sit back and relax anymore. You saw that early aggression from him through mid, giving his team all the information in the world that it's going to be a C execute, and you could tell that they were prepared. They were ready. The moment that Gold decided to start pushing in, UCR Gold started to push in, they had the util ready to counter them. That Null Command coming out as well, stopping any util that would further push them through that post plant, but it wasn't enough. UTR Gold just can't handle the pressure right now.
Yeah, I mean, you need to be really good under pressure, but it's also been 3 defuses for defense side, which means, I mean, their retake game is really strong. Maybe the post-plant situation needs to change for UCR Gold, because otherwise they're not going to be able to hold that site down. And speaking of which, they also have a save round here, another save round, which means hopefully they they could get a thrifty. It's a very high possibility, but there's a lot of chances for CSUF to crumble, although I doubt it. As Sixer grabs Spiker.
Spiker taken out by a spam, and so is Plausible, and Hatred too. Quacksmack with this Ares, just spamming through these mid doors, is able to take out almost the entirety of the team, leaving them in shambles. UCR Gold with only 2 members with terrible gun.
Oh, Pixel Yoshi grabs Playboy's head. I thought he was gonna be hiding defenseless, but Quacksmack comes in to finish it up, getting Fangs over on back of B. What is it? Near back of B side, near mid doors. Wow.
Yeah, putting up at least a little bit of a fight, but it's, again, not going to be enough. We don't have anything to counter them, right? The holes were there. A site was completely left open, but just wasn't explored by the attackers. They seem to be committing to these pushes way too early, and as I said before, they're just, CSUF Blue is just leaving at least one site open every time, knowing that their retakes are solid enough to go win off the back of those alone.
Yeah, and that just shows dedication from them, right? That they, determination, I guess, is the better word. That they know, hey, we know that we could win this. But hopefully, Gold puts up a bit of a fight by exploring other options and, you know, poking around on different sites before committing to one. The defaulty playstyle we love to see from pro play.
Yeah, this poke is starting to come out on A as they were spotted out by Jchi with that operator on C long and a dog to try to push him off the angle. And there it is with, with Fangs holding, just ready for that rotation back to site. And there it is, taking the head off of Jchi as they've now got full control of A site.
Full control of A site. Now they need to retake it, and the Hunter's Fury goes out by Sova. Quacksmath takes out Yoshi, his counterpart, to try and slow down the plant. So as soon as they had it more or less secured, it gets taken away in a nick of a time by CSUF Blue. No, hey, we can't let them do this. And Playboy grabs Spiker to make it a 3-on-3, and Sixer takes out his counterpart as well over in heaven. And now Fangs, utilizing the operator that he got earlier, is saying, hey, I want to do this. It's a 1-and-2 situation. And Playboy, I think he either flashed himself or was flashed for a brief moment there, tried to get plausible in hell, but doesn't get it. But we do get to see the beautiful tree, so that's pretty cool. And one more round for UCR.
Very true. Excuse me, UCR.
UCR Gold, they just won a round.
Am I seeing what I'm seeing? They finally get it out? That's amazing. Fangs, without those operator picks, finally takes that initiation and wins a round for their team, leaving them with 5 ultimates on this next round versus only Sixers teleport away. So it's looking like they can change this momentum currently.
And the change in momentum, indeed. I mean, it's fun to see when teams switch up the way that they play. And simply with the, oh my gosh, the impact frags, those first bloods that we know him, removing Seekers. It's honestly more of a game of what ultimates are going to be coming out in what rounds and how they're going to be played off of each other. And removing any, like, the Seekers or any information-based things, like maybe even trying to take out Cypher early on, is super powerful. But now you see CSUF Blue, they're going back a little bit. They're relaxed. They know that they got a pick, and now they can just wait it out and make no mistakes. And
yeah, they've kept their pace. They've kept their pace really well. You could see Simply finding that hole again, pushing down mid pretty much every single round for that info, and then you have the teleport from Sixer to go clear long. And again, with Playboy all the way pushed up A, they know the attackers are in mid, and they're just waiting for the one mistake they make, the one person to peek out early without their team, and you see a little bit of a fake coming out from the Cypher cage to take some aggression onto A lobby, spotting out that KO as he throws a nade, exposing himself. But our Spike is pushing towards C, which is left to just Sixer.
Yeah, and Hatred and Jet are on there. They have an operator, so I wonder if they're going to be planting for long. It seems like a beneficial thing. Fangs going with the Blade Storm to contest this seaside push, and now the rest of the team is running there, but Spiker and Quacksmack trading each other for Simply. Simply goes down. I don't know if it's a good trade, because Simply with the amazing aim and impact frags definitely helps out, but the KO knife doesn't, I don't think it doesn't get Omen because he's still out there. I don't know if Playboy knows he's pre-firing, but Sixer grabs Playboy and sorry, Hatred grabs Playboy, Sixer grabs hit. So many people are grabbing each other. I'm lost of words. They did plant for long, and there's the Hunter's Fury to slow down the Spike.
The bombs half, so Sixer can just stick this, but just in the nick of time, that last Hunter's Fury comes off. But with it being half, Jchi's in a very big predicament. Op versus Op here on this long corridor as time's running out for Jchi. He gets the shot, but does he have the defuse? It's looking like it's going to be down to milliseconds, and that's just over 3/4 of a second left for that defuse. What a tight round for CSUF Blue to take their 5th round of the first half. And you see Pika calling for this timeout on the attacker's side. UCR Gold needs to figure out what to do off the back of the 3 ultimates they have and how to counter the null command that's gonna come out from Playboy this round, as he uses it pretty much every time he has it.
Well, I mean, it's such an amazing piece of utility to just complete. It denies a huge area of the map from any utility, which means that when you push onto a site or when you're retaking a site, it's really beneficial. Honestly, with how well they play retake, I'm pretty sure that they're going to be utilizing that on a retake when they need to. And, you know, he could recharge it really quickly. He's done really well on the scoreboard. He grabs alt orbs he's grabbed it a couple times, I think, on A site, and he charged up that alt fairly quickly, only needing, I believe, 7? Is it 7 for KO?
I could be wrong, but you also could be wrong. I think it's 1 more, but I don't know, as I haven't seen it in a second here on the scoreboard. However, that's not really the issue here that we're worried about. It's more so where they're going to leave open for CSUF Blue. If they're going to be playing a retake off the back of this null command, regardless of how many ult points that it needs to get it, they already do. So leaving B open, it looks like, with just a chamber tripwire at the front there, denying any entry, as well as the information coming out. You can see both Garage and B have been tripped up here. Just leaving and playing these extremities, as they've already taken A control through short. And JG finding the first blood here on Pixel Yoshi, taking out that Sova, which is going to make it extremely hard for UCR Gold here to start these initiations on the site.
And it seems like they're pushing onto the free side. They're trying to go into B or mid, taking mid control really early. Not sure if they're going to be going B just yet, but Sixer is holding it down, trying to deny them entry. There's the Omen smokes. He's spamming it through, trying to find someone. Paranoia goes out for him to grab some Quack Smack with the wallbang from that Odin. A very powerful weapon, a lot invested. Hopefully he doesn't lose it, but Simply is right there waiting to get an extra kill. Sixer pushing up. Playboy grabs Plausible, and now it's gonna be going to CSUF Blue. They knew this. They're playing this retake. We saw the null command go off. To deny the,
and it's
the
7 to answer your question.
It's yes.
Yeah, that was beautifully done. You could see that CSUF Blue kind of has the number of UCR Gold here, in the sense that they just don't give those initial picks. You could see that once they've gotten that first blood, they play extremely safe, just holding for information, and as soon as they know where they are, they let them plant and say, hey, we're just going to kill you all and defuse anyway. There's nothing you can do to stop us, especially when we have a null command.
It's just extremely powerful. And now, again, looking at the ult state of the board, there are more ultimates towards UCR Gold, right? Team Gold has Seekers. They have from the shadows, and Cypher's fancy dandy detective magic. I don't know what it is. Nanobots? Some
and
MCU
JT has a
shenanigans.
Blade Storm on top of this operator too, but it's not going to be needed, as Fangs is immediately taken out with this first blood again for CSUF Blue. As we see Plausible stuck.
Yeah, Playboy is taking aggression. He's going to be grabbing the orb. Like I was saying earlier, he likes to grab that orb so that he can start grabbing that null command really quickly. But Plausible is taking aggression with him and fighting in that area in A main as the drone goes out to clear sewers. But little does he know that, oh no, JT's right there, and Playboy grabs Plausible really quickly. It's looking more and more towards the blue side. CSUF Blue, they don't want to go to another match. No, they don't want it.
They want to win convincingly, and unless UCR Gold change something up here and figure out how to push through their holes, they're not really going to be able to do anything. And you can see here they have tripwires up for the flanks, but the fact that they're not playing a strict default is really going to be to their detriment, right? We see CSUF Blue playing their default very well. They're just finding out, hey, where are those people? Can we take an initial fight and peak as 2v1? Because you see them ants go marching 1 by 1 for UCR Gold down A, finally getting that trade out by Pixel Yoshi, but it just is not going to be enough, right? We have this space here, A long, and they're going to try to push through, but Jet's just waiting heaven.
JT's just waiting for them, but with 10 seconds left, I think they're going to elect to save, right? There's no reason for them to, like, they're going to lose this round anyway. They have a numbers disadvantage, so might as well save their 2 Vandals, so.
Yeah, nice little save, but again, with them being on a broken buy, unless they opt to give those rifles to the people fragging out, which is who they're in the hands of currently, it's just not going to be enough, right? You have Quacksmack, who's been performing immaculately all day, Playboy, who's now stepped up to the plate after his first performance on Haven being pretty weak, and then Simply, you know that you can rely on him, even if he's not getting the frags right now. His impact is immense.
He just, the first bloods and the assists that he is getting is just insane. Quacksmath with an Odin too, so having the Sova with the Odin is really powerful with some of the paper areas we have on this map. And speaking of this entire thing, Simply is trying to catch someone off guard, and he catches Hatred off guard, but he almost died there, but they had a deagle, so he was luckily enough he was able to combat that. Simply gets stunned here on C Long as everyone pours in really quickly from Garage to enter into the C site, but again they're marching into C site, and now we're gonna see another retake from CSUF Blue, and we've seen the retakes before as Simply grabs Pixel Yoshi on the way out. He's just waiting for his friend on the way.
Take a look at Spiker. This is a really amazing flank as he catches Playboy in the back of the head, leaving Simply Long to be taken out by a Marshal of all things in the hands of Fang, as he re-peeks down into Garage, trying to catch out Quacksmack with that Odin, and there you have it, the headshot out from Fangs, proving to be dominant, but the better sniper in the hands of Chi takes him out, and the Blade Storms too as he dashes in, takes out Spiker, but Plausible with the wallbang headshot up on an elevation and off angle. You love to see that. Plausible keeping them in this game off the back of this thrifty round 2. This is an amazing round for UCR Gold.
I just love it. UCR Gold was capable of doing something new this round. They got a flank. They did an amazing thrifty, right? That only in Valorant do we see something this crazy happening, where you know, teams can with just deagles, right? Simply went in there. He was on the backside. He thought he was covering majority, but they fell in through Garage, and now with they have to be worried about flanks, especially from Spiker. As I said, Simply gets his one pick, and JT getting Hatred as another one through mid and through Garage. But Fangs is right there also holding it with an op, and now they're down by 2 players, but I think we might be seeing a timing here from a Spiker. Never mind, Playboy takes him out. He doesn't get timing. He checks his corners and is capable of taking him out, and it's just looking, as much hype as we had for UCR Gold, it's looking like it's going to Blue this round with 2 players left. They might elect to save the operator, but with such little time left in this half, they might just go for the risky play.
Not little time. We still see a minute here. Only 40 seconds have passed, but it does seem like we're in the late game, as it is a 5v2 here. You don't usually see that at higher levels of play, but we can see what they do. Fangs has been hitting shots as of last round, and with Playboy sitting in the corner here, Plausible is going to take him out as they make their way onto A site, with 2 defenders already rotating to take him out.
Take flight. Yeah, I mean, they're trying to even out the scoreboard here, but the drone goes out. Fangs uses an off shot to grab it, and Hunter Street going out to slow down the spike. Fangs misses an off shot and tries to use the blow up classes, jumping right click at 27 HP. He dashes away narrowly with his life. They've planted for the back of A site as they haven't planted for the back of A site, but he's just there positioned. He's stuck as Quacksmack gets the defuse off, and they are incapable of doing anything. They're going away. Fangs is going to try to save that off, but looks like Simply finds him out with the wall bang, grabs him. So no operator for you, Fangs. No operator.
No operator for Fangs, but I forgot to mention in the previous round, the double operator, which we saw from that first map with CSUF Blue, is coming out again in full force as they took the first 2 bloods of that round off the back of these operators in mid, Simply taking that push up through Garage, and JT on the off angle on the top of the B box there, just to set the precedent that you may have gotten 1 round off of some nice shots, but we hit different.
And we hit different indeed. That's a fun saying, right? Fangs with a Blade Storm. They're going in for a little bit of a broken play here with an ultimate coming off, kind of like a pocket op, I would say. But I mean, like, the movement gap, right? The maneuverability with the Blade Storm is so powerful as they burst in onto C-site. Fangs grabbing his pick Simply is not getting any frags here today, but Sixer takes out Spiker, and they're gonna get the plant off. But there we see the null command going off for Playboy. He loves to use it on retake, and he doesn't spot out Plausible, but Plausible gets taken out by Sixers. They go to res their friend. They res their friend before they get the spike. That's true camaraderie from CSUF Blue.
Seems more like a little bit of BM as they're doing some nastiness on Playboy here. They do eventually get the res off, but they gotta make fun of the homie. Again, Playboy has just been playing so great, farming these orbs, farming these kills, and making sure that every time they need to play a full retake, that null command is out, stopping any flashes or any stuns from delaying their push back onto site. And it's a beautiful retake again as they bring it to 9-2. We'll see if, we'll see if UCR can pull something off here and make the half a little more even, ending at 9-3 and potentially starting a curse. But it's not looking too great at the moment.
Papa, do you believe in the 9-3 curse?
I believe any team can make something happen on their second half, especially on the defense side of Haven.
So that's a yes? Perhaps? Perhaps it might be. Who knows?
Maybe, but they're not going to get it with Quacksmack. Look at where they're positioned.
He's positioned in such a little ratty angle, but I love it because you know you gotta secure a victory. And speaking of which, simply with a tour de force, he comes out and grabs Spiker, denying the ultimate. Spiker didn't use ultimate once yet on this attack side, and I think it shines better on attack than on defense, in my opinion, as a Cypher one trick.
Yeah, the information came out though that they were all pushed up long, and JT you could see rotated immediately to pick that up. Collateral, but Hatred.
Hatred's trying to even out the scoreboard here. I'm just saying, he's gonna try and get it. And
Quacksmack
is coming up from behind again with his running. He spots out Pixel Yoshi, that gives away his positions, but using the Phantom, he is able to not get spotted out as easily as Sixer takes out his counterpart. And it's not 9-3, it's just gonna be 10-2 as they're kind of memeing around.
Yeah, and that brings us to a discussion that I didn't want to have. I was hoping that we'd see a little bit of a closer match so it wasn't as apparent, but if they win 2 more rounds here, CSUF Blue kind of guarantees their dominance in this series so far, taking majority rounds over all the other teams in their group. However, it can still be a loss for them if Fangs especially here can find these early picks, get those first bloods for UCR Gold, and Spiker on the other hand holding down those sites when there's less manpower to be had for the map control. Those tripwires can become super useful, as well as the positioning to then act upon those being hit.
Always, I mean, I love to set up Cypher onto you know, being a split where you have a little bit of utility on both sides, especially in the early rounds, because it's a little bit harder to combat his utility in the early rounds, and that's what I like to see, where there's one setup in sewers and one setup in B to make sure that his team is covered there, as we see them taking a lot of aggression near A and C. They're like spread out and defaulting. We love that.
And JT just making a run for it though, up A short in front of a tripwire, gonna be spotted out as he takes that out. But you see Spiker pushed up mid, trying to take a note from the book of CSUF, and push for that mid aggression, take those early picks, and it pans out for them pretty well.
Spike has been planted on C. I mean, they're down a player, but they have, you know, they have to play this post plant really intelligently to ensure that they don't get taken out. I see the chamber teleport planted right in the default, but Spike is planted behind double. As Plausible tries to push it for a fight, grabbing Sixer. JG with the frenzy, and then Plausible coming from behind and grabs Playboy, getting himself the defuse. It's the start of something new. They're switching sides. They won the pistol round. They're gonna go into their bonus, and you don't see it too often, but I think maybe like a force buy from CSUF. They shown dominance before in the later rounds, so who knows? Maybe it might work for them.
I doubt we're going to see it, but we'll see at least a Sheriff come out right now in the hands of JT. But what I'd like to point out is Spiker. I was talking about him previously, taking that space and holding that map control in places where your team otherwise doesn't have the ability to really hold, and pushing out through mid. Although he gave his own life, it was well worth it as he set his team up for a beautiful retake 4v3 onto the C site.
Now they're doing a C split here from Garage and Main, as you know, there's a lot of Cypher utility on B and in Garage. They take out the camera really early and it shows presence in Garage, but there's also a trip still placed there. And the Omen smoke is also giving them insight that they're going to be pushing onto B, sending out their own pieces of utility to make sure that, hey, you guys can't realistically take this site. They do grab orb as well to start farming the ultimate, which I like. I like when people do that because then, you know, it's a very smart thing to do. That's why they're there for. You see a lot in unrated and in ranked games. It's like, why don't you grab the orb to start farming the ultimate? Like, it's whatever. We'll just frag
set
out.
your pacing, set your precedent. But talking about pace here, it looks like Playboy is about to start this initiation off the back of a knife and an arrow, and you'll see it come out as he's spotted by this. Oh, a beautiful tripwire by Spiker, taking out Playboy with a classic, and Fangs getting another head with that Marshall, proving to be a dominant force with this scout. And that's going to leave us in a 3v2 with Spike in the hands of JT as they make their way onto C, which simply is already cleared out for him.
30
and
seconds
Spiker
left.
putting down the camera there to make sure that no one is on C-side or to check it, but now that it's been taken out, he knows that they're in there. Spike is planted, they hear it, gets planted near I think near boxes in sight. Spiker wants to make sure no one's there, picking up a new Spectre here for some reason. Did he run out of bullets? Maybe
know,
just skin game. Maybe he's just going for the better skins. Fangs taking on with the Deagle Demon, and then Spiker takes out JT. I mean, they're playing this amazingly with a retake. They're retaking all together and peeking from different angles together. And hey, they might be just closing out this half really strongly, and we might be going to another game. I'm excited for that. I want them to.
If we keep seeing them concede this first blood here, CSUF Blue is going to have a hard time getting onto these sites, as we've seen. Oh, and we'll see a timeout come here from Pika. Try to figure out what's going on and see if they can turn the tides. But with JT having a rifle in his hands and performing as well as he has been so far throughout this tournament, we might see something crazy happen. But that being said, Simply, since that first opening couple rounds, has started to pick it back up. We see him with 12 kills now, as opposed to his 4 that was previously out for multiple rounds at a time. And just overall, the whole CSUF Blue team out fragging the entirety of UCR Gold here. But with these trades and small mistakes, right? Before I hand it back off to you when this timeout starts, I want to talk about the small mistakes that I saw from Simply and JT in that last round. The thing that can really turn the tides for UCR Gold here is finding those moments to kind of push through the confidence of CSUF Blue, right? JT and Simply both took one-on-one angles that could have been swung together and potentially taken out those trades to stop the retake from coming through. But small mistakes like their spacing there could really prove detrimental and lead them to a comeback on the side of UCR Gold.
Yeah, making sure that they don't get have a big ego and coming in humbly will help them in the long run, I think, for UCR Gold, as they're facing the first rifle round of this second half. Fangs they're all positioned in mid, you know, to make, which is interesting, right? Like, I think they're positioning to play for retake on C if someone takes it. But there we go, Plausible goes right into it. As I say that with low health, just trying to hide away, make sure nobody's there, flashes himself just a little bit, and they're just waiting, right? They're trying to spawn it out.
Yeah, and speaking of waiting, we have Fangs, who's playing very patiently on the B, playing as if he is that tripwire that's no longer set up at the front, knowing that that space has to be held, since Cypher is all alone on A site, while we see 4 of the attackers starting to push up, and only Simply left to fight Fangs here as they start to make contact.
And oh no, Fangs does not check his corners and Simply is able to grab him, and that gives them a little bit of intel onto their positioning. So and now with the Omen smokes going off and the recon going out, they know that people are going to be going on to A side. A lot of utility utilized here from both teams. Spiker is able to grab a pick, Playboy taking it out, and Pixel Yoshi grabbing Simply their impact fragger, and it's going to be hard for UCR Gold to get in this. It's up to Pixel Yoshi, and they're setting up crossfires early to make sure that Pixel Yoshi can't push this, and he doesn't know which angle to look at, but he's not going to clear. I don't think he's going to clear his angles, but it doesn't even matter because Sixer gets him with the wallbang from CT. That is a nice crossfire that they set up.
Yeah, you can see they're learning from their mistakes. After that pause, they must have talked about the fact that they're giving them these rounds, right? There's not too much going on that's crazy from the side of UCR Gold. So if they just play safe, they play to not give that first pick, and then execute on a site, hold their crossfires, they know they can win. Just like how they play on defense, if they play their retakes, they're fine if they're together. They know that if they play their post plants together, they're going to be able to win it out just the same.
Yeah, I mean, post plants are
You want
extremely
to
important.
play?
If you don't
Let's
set up a good
play.
crossfire onto choke points, and you don't have that on lock, it's gonna be really difficult for you. Quacksmath with the lineups, line up Larry onto C site. They're getting ready to. They're all stacked up on us for a C push with a lot of utility drained here. We see the guiding light, the cloudbursts, the smokes, everything goes off just for Quacksmack to get the plant off, and still no frags, just a little bit of HP taken off, and the Tour de Force is out, so they're planting for C long, and they're gonna play this interestingly. They're not setting up too much of a crossfire here, but they are setting up for C long. They're just all
It
setting
seems
up
like a
together.
little delay. Oh my god, you see Simply coming out right out the gate with a shot with that Tour de Force. JT and Six are following up, but Fangs and Hatred have something to say about that. With only them left against 3 of these attackers, is there any chance that they get on this defuse? You see Hatred tapping it with Simply running up with that Headhunter in hand. Fangs taking out the Garage player, but with not enough time, Simply's going to come clean up the round, pick up that Operator, and bring it into the next. Bring it to match point, 12-4.
Oh, I thought he was gonna die, honestly. Yeah, and just looking at the ultimates on the board, I think that UCR Gold is gonna hopefully, I would hope that they pop the Seekers and Bladestorm just to get some, you know, just to have something of a fight. I think this sadly is going to go to CSUF Blue showing dominance here again in this tournament. They did it on the first time in Haven, and they're going to do it again. I think they've practiced Haven. This might be their pick. And when we see them on LAN, I wonder if they're going to be picking Haven.
Possibly, you could see that, but right now they're just going back down to the basics, keeping one person to watch the flank as they start full rushing a site. But they're going to be running into some Cypher utility here as we see some dashes come out to avoid these information picks and the Seekers as well.
Seekers coming out again fairly early to make sure they don't know where they are, and it's a huge fight on A, and it's bleeding for CSUF. They've been bleeding. Team Blue is down by 3 players. Sorry, they were down to 3, and now they're down 3, and they are gonna rotate. But Spike has been planted on C, and it's interesting because their post plants are really strong. But how are they gonna play it out now? Oh my God!
There you have it.
Gets caught off guard by Sixer, and Spiker only with the Spectres running through, and Sixer is able to grab him up as well. He's tightening up the scoreboard. They try to Simply takes out Fangs. They're trying to get it, but they grab Simply all up to Sixer and Hatred wins out against them. They're still alive. UCR Gold is here to stay and here to play. They set up for long. They wanted to make sure, hey, that if any, they have a numbers disadvantage, but they do have an operator, so we're gonna set up for long on C and confuse them on A, but it didn't work out for them. The retake was fast and it was good. They grabbed themselves an operator, and now they're still in it. It's 12-5, and it's 1 away from victory. It's just we're on eggshells until CSUF Blue just shows their dominance in 1 more round.
Yeah, especially with no ultimates in the hands of CSUF Blue here. It's going to be interesting to see how they can convert this round with potentially a broken economy if they lose it. So Fangs here with this operator, if he can shut down 1 or 2 players early, will set the precedent for these next coming rounds, leaving them with a momentum disadvantage for CSUF Blue.
Pixel Yoshi gets spotted out, but also the drone gets spotted out by the tripwires, and now he has to play a slightly more passive role over here, waiting to catch someone off guard. It Simply is the one. It's gonna go into a little skirmish here near B, but they're all positioned up towards A, which is going towards C, which is gonna hopefully confuse them a little bit and take them away from C so they can enter a little bit easier and set up those crossfires better. And there we go, the null command goes off, and now they're going to use that to entry onto site. The judge, I think, from Spiker doesn't work out. This is not Dazznerf, but Plausible is able to grab Playboy and Sixer, and defenders win by Plausible carrying them with an easy 4K, holding down C site for them and denying them the entry. Even though the null command was used, it's not going to help them. They were unable to entry onto C.
Yeah, finding some really, really good timings. Plausible was able to take out a couple of heads while they weren't looking at him, and that was all set up by Fangs. We were talking about it right before it happened, and immediately as the round starts, you see Fangs take that control of A, get that initial pick with the operator, and really sets the tempo. Right now, they can't push through A because they have to use so much utility to clear that out. They can't push through B because it's usually tripped up. And what are you left with? A C push, and they're ready. Fangs again finding that first pick on Playboy with a headshot with the operator.
Yeah, and they're gonna be showing some presence in mid and trying to clear out B. They might be going for a B push, but simply with those clean shots, grabs himself a Vandal, a better gun in this. I think that they were going on a slightly broken buy here, and Hatred is getting ready for retake here. I think Spike's been planted, but they're not playing for main. They're actually from main and from window. They're going to be playing a little bit aggressively onto B, and Sixer grabs two with the Stinger. Out of all the guns that you could use, the Seekers, and I think he's avoiding the Seekers. Fangs is going to meet his counterpart JC. JC gets flashed, taken out by Plausible. Plausible's been doing numbers here, and there's the Hunter's Fury utilized to try and take them out. Thrifty comes out from them. They were able to win. The Hunter's Fury taking out one person and simply coming in from the back because he knew that the Hunter's Fury was going to position them towards Simply. He grabs his 2 picks, ending it with a 3K. Absolutely amazing stuff from CSUF Blue, who we will be seeing on land tomorrow. We're not going sad. Are you sad? I'm sad. Personally,
I'm a little sad we're not going to be going to another map because a tiebreaker is always fun, but I am glad to see that CSUF Blue pulled that back from the brink of being a terrible second half. They were on an economy round, they were down numbers, but off the back of Sixer playing through his own smoke and taking that control of A-Link, whoever called to play for that must be patting themselves on the back right now, because converting those 2 picks and getting that Hunter's Fury out at the end there to disorient the last 2 was just a beautiful play.
I thought that was amazing, right? A lot of times I'll see people use Hunter's Fury not only for kills and for information, but also for positioning, like you were just talking about earlier, and that's just a really great example of it, because sometimes you don't want to get the kills with the Hunter's Fury. You just want to make sure your teammates can get the kills with the Hunter's Fury. And coming off from a Thrifty, it's like, oh, it's one of those things. It's only in Valorant that you'll see something like this, where with a Thrifty round, they had less of an economy, less money. They went on a unoptimal site B because, you know, you can get pinched really easily. You can get retake is a lot easier on that site. They weren't even playing from window, which is what they planted for, what it looked like they were planted for, and they were still able to win because they took that aggression, they played together, and they got deeper into site. The Hunter's Fury coming out from deep in, like it was deeper in to you know, defender spawn too, so that was such an interesting play.
Yeah, especially off of being a man down with Playboy being picked off early by Fangs, but it's not going to matter. And talking about First Bloods too, you can't forget Simply showing up again for the second time, at least since I've casted, getting 8 First Bloods now and still top fragging 21 and 10. Just amazing play here. A combat score almost reaching 300 as well. Simply has proven to be the heart and soul of this team when it comes to determining how each round is going to go and the pace that's set early within those first 30 seconds.
I can't wait to see how they play in the LAN event. I'm excited to see if they pick Haven, because there's going to be not only a lot to discuss, but also a lot to see. And I don't know, who are they going up against tomorrow? Do we know? They're going up against UCR Blue, who also went 5-0, as we're told by production. That is amazing to hear and amazing to see. UCR Gold lost, but UCR Blue is going up against CSUF Blue. It's a battle of blues.
Battle of Blues, indeed. It's going to be really interesting, so make sure you tune in to the LAN stream tomorrow. We're going to have Nerds and Stu at the casting desk for the best of 3 against UCR. Sorry, Admiral, as I was mistaken.
Stu's going to be helping out with production. So thank you to him as well. No, he's still going to be there. He's still going to be helping. But just me and Admiral are going to cast it. And Hato, you have been absolutely amazing in this cast with me. I couldn't ask for a better co-caster. You were doing awesome.
Yeah, we'll get in here again. We'll also do some theory crafting. I'll coach you in some things. But for now, we'll just have to wait and see what happens tomorrow. Again, CSUF Blue versus UCR Blue, both with undefeated records. Make sure you tune in to see which of these teams takes the title home.
Thank you so much.